So onto the first page of the chapter. We got a double spread, sort of. But it's all one cohesive event. We got freaking Zoro, Sanji, Goldberg, and Nash all fighting off a giant dinosaur. It took 3 of them to take this guy down. If there was one less character here, they'd all be dead. It's crazy how that happens, huh? This dinosaur is, people are saying it's Big Mom level. How do you feel about that?
I was gonna say, I feel like Goldberg didn't need to be here.
Yeah, he didn't, right?
Nash?
Like, when you think about it,
Yeah.
Zoro and Sanji probably wouldn't even be hit by this dinosaur. They'd probably just dodge. So, yeah, Goldberg didn't do all too much, but he's here for moral support, and I respect it. But also, you
But
need
also, he
somebody to
didn't do
carry
anything
the
Nash
dinosaur
did.
back, right?
Nash did, not Goldberg.
Well, Nash is
We just needed Nash.
Nash is just a shield. It's not like he's gonna walk around and do everything. So, I think that's fair.
I mean, it's a sentient, alive shield that speaks, and he didn't even get commanded. It's just, here it comes, Nash, and then he enlarged himself. He engorged himself, welled himself up with the power to stop this dinosaur. Honestly, in a way that, like, we don't even know. We've seen Sanji kick a dinosaur before, and that dinosaur being Drake and Page 1, right? And like, he, with Page 1, did he knock him out? He didn't, right?
With Page 1, I don't remember. I mean, Sanji fought Page 1 for a while, so I can't really say.
Yeah. So, but like, Nash did some damage to this dinosaur, broke his teeth. This dinosaur is bigger than Page 1.
I mean, when you think
And
about all
Drake,
the
it's probably-
experience that Nash has, like, he's been around the block. Like, your only job as Nash is to defend. That's all you do.
Yeah, but this
You're
is
just
like
a defense
timing,
merchant.
It's like that's like saying Braum has no skill.
Braum doesn't have any skill. So, like,
Oh,
the
okay.
thing with Nash, when you really think about it, like, all he does is block over and over and over. Like, at some point, I kind of respect it, Like, good job, Nash.
He knows what he's good at.
Yeah, he knows what he's good at.
Yeah. Do you think he stuck his tongue out a little bit?
No. Why would he do that, Par? Why would he stick his tongue out?
I don't know, but you contemplated a little too long.
I was trying to think about, like, why does Par think this? Like what significance does this have? That's why I took a second, because I was like, I know Par's cooking up a theory here. I just don't see the vision yet.
So the reason why I was asking.
So you
is
think
because
Nash
I think
stuck
there's-
out his tongue when the dinosaur got up close to him?
I forget what series it was, but like, I'm pretty sure it was a Shield. Oh, it was Shield Hero. No, the Shield Hero. His shield could, like, eat whatever came in, like, not eat, but like absorb, and then get like a property of whatever attacked it. And I was like, damn, imagine if, like, Nash could just lick something and then, like, he gets, like, dinosaur thickness, like thick scales. And I was like, where did that come from? It's from the Shield Hero thing. Honestly, I like that part of that. So that was interesting. But yeah, also, this dinosaur is like island, like any other island. This is Godzilla, right? Like, because they said that this dinosaur is bigger or big by Elbaf standards.
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy.
That's a lot of food.
It is a lot of food.
Don't you wish
is.
that you were like on Elbaf and you could just hunt animals like this every day? Like imagine instead of going like to like Burger King or like, some other shop, you're like, oh, like let me just go to, let me just go outside and kill an animal real quick and cook it up. Like that must be such a nice life.
One animal could save like all of Wano.
Yeah, dude. Oh man. If anything, I'm telling you, brother, if I lived in some One Piece country, I would 100% just, I don't even know like what's the right way to put it, but I'd really want to just import animals and people just to like make the ideal ecosystem. It's like how we talked, we'll get to this here in a little bit, but Jinbei, for example, Jinbei puts out the fire in this chapter, right? Super useful. The firefighters could not do it. if I saw Jinbei do that, I'd be like, guys, we need to buy some fishmen. We need to get them on this island. I don't know, give them a tax break, something. Same with these animals. If I lived in Wano, I'd be like, guys, maybe we grab a couple of Elbaf animals and bring them here. Do a Noah's Ark biblical stuff. Like, bring 2 of each animal, have them breed here, and then just let them roam free. Maybe the Wano samurai wouldn't be able to, fight off the animals and dinosaurs, but you know what Akainu said? Akainu said that those samurai, man, they're elusive, they're scary. Which one would be more scared of? Would you rather fight an army of Wano samurai or an army of Elbaf dinosaurs?
Wano samurai. I would rather fight an army of Wano samurai than an army of Elbaf dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's actually true. Okay, maybe we just bring over like one dinosaur. Two dinosaurs. Maybe we just like lock them up like Jurassic Park.
Wait, that's not an army anymore. This is the family.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep on breeding a family of dinosaurs, and then we'll just eat it like, I don't know, once every 2 months or something.
Could you imagine, like, when you said that, I think like you're like, damn, he's right. But like, okay, to put what I'm about to say in perspective, if we took Loki's friends, like his animal friends, and just interrupted Onigashima, how much would we disrupt?
I think they would get rid of the fodder. Yeah. I mean, okay, how about this? I think Momonosuke should pick up Onigashima with the flame clouds like Kaido did, and he should put it off the coast again, back in the water, so it's its own isolated island, and then we put the dinosaurs there, so it's literally like Jurassic Park.
But yeah, I agree, but also like the problem with that is like, is the island just this thing? Like, is it just one of these? Like, how big is, like, I think this monster or this dinosaur is like,
it's not as big as Onigashima, because Onigashima had like 10 floors. And dude, it took like an episode each floor just to like pass by fodder. I think we could fit an entire family of these dinosaurs on Onigashima comfortably. You gotta remember, like, the numbers, right? The numbers were like these ancient giants, probably a little bit bigger than Goldberg here, and now they were all comfortably on one floor, chilling. Yeah.
No, but like, I agree with the numbers thing. The numbers technically, like, probably smaller than Oars. Oars is said to be 3 giants standing on, like, on top of each other. I would say the numbers are probably about that. I think they said that. So like, this is as big as Oars. So, and even if you had Oars here, this thing is towering over them. Like, this thing is so big, it's kind of insane. Let me see when Goldberg, like, okay, so like when the dinosaur's like laying down, I feel like it shrunk because Goldberg is lifting it up by the neck. Sanji and Zoro are lifting it up. You know what? Actually, no, this dinosaur is kind of like, is it just like a queen? No, it's bigger than queen.
It's like 3 queens, which is why I'm saying that like we can definitely fit like a lot of these dinosaurs on Onigashima.
Yeah.
Still a big deal.
No, I agree. Yeah, now that I look at the next panel, like,
yeah. So would you do that? Like, would you treat your One Piece country like The Sims or Inzoi, where you're just like a god over here bringing in imports, exports, just crafting up the best city you could? Or would you think it would mess too much up with the? Do you think it would mess up the ecosystem too much? Because I know there's people like that out there. Like, no, this is Wano didn't have this.
I mean, you do have to like care about that, otherwise you end up with a Wano type of situation where it's like completely destabilized and terrible. But
that's partially because of Orochi, though. Like they were trying to destabilize their own country.
Yeah. But I think that Wano also can handle the giant, because like the boar is probably like a typical Elbaf monster, right? Yeah. And they deified that. They're like, this is a god, the mountain god. And I guess that's what Elbaf does too with their animals. They call them gods to a certain extent, right? So, or no, that was like Rodo's like
RPG
prisoners calling. Yeah. But I mean, the only problem there is that the world government doesn't allow that, and you just explain trade between 2 nations that, like,
I'm sure there's a black market to buy this dinosaur, though. It's like what they said at one point in history. They said if you have
Hella
money, then
expensive.
it's on the table.
Wano, maybe Wano does have money. They were supposedly the land of the
Yeah,
gold.
it's land of the
I didn't see
gold.
the gold, but yeah, but yeah, I mean, no one's buying government level amenities through the black market. Like,
Hey, you don't know that for
could
sure.
you how expensive that would be?
It would.
I can
Hey,
afford one dinosaur.
if you buy two of these
But this
dinosaurs,
dinosaur,
though, you would literally
what
like.
happened?
If you buy two of these dinosaurs, though, your country wouldn't starve ever again. So I think it's worth it.
Like, I mean, like it would run out like within a year,
Have them keep
most
on
likely.
breeding.
But like, so now you want me to run a now?
That's what
now
I. No,
just
no, that
because
was that was the
government.
original idea.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, the
I
original
guess.
idea was
I
to get a
guess.
family of them and just have them breed. Remember?
Yeah. Breed the dinosaur.
It's
breeders.
just treat it like a cow.
Yeah, I mean cows don't live the greatest lives, but
I mean, you do you
hashtag
think about to
Promised
like
Neverland.
clean this like this dinosaur every day? No, dude, I'm just gonna eat it. We're gonna breed it and eat it. Just keep on going. It's not pretty, but like, let me tell you, if it stops world hunger, I'm down for it, dude.
Have you eaten alligator before?
Yes, it's not good.
It's not. Wait, what? Really?
I mean, at least the one I ate, it was kind of tough.
Oh, wait. What about frog? You had frog before.
Frog
right?
leg, yeah,
Yeah, is it good?
yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, it was interesting. I tried it recently. Tastes like weird chicken, like weird meaty chicken.
Yeah,
I don't know how.
no, yeah, that's a good way to
Like,
describe it. I mean,
yeah.
same with crocodile or alligator. Sorry, but yeah, little bit tougher.
Weird. Oh, tougher chicken.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah,
Damn.
it's not bad though.
Yeah, they do get into the meat of it actually, which that gave me huge Toriko vibes when he goes like, it takes a while to carve like and you gotta stew it in alcohol. Actually, I feel like the TCB description kind of made me drool a little bit, but
Oh, just talking about
oh
how
no, they
like
said take
it has a subcutaneous fat.
yeah, the layers of fat. You gotta stew it in alcohol. I mean, not the alcohol part because it's like cooking alcohol, but like yeah, it's still good. It sounded delicious. I wanted to try some.
Yeah, I would eat this dinosaur. I totally. I don't know. I think if I was in the world of One Piece, I'd be open to eat a lot of things. Just going around like
Yeah,
island to
yeah, I
island, just like
would.
let's eat this thing, dude. Let's do it.
I would, but I would only do it if I had a. Damn it! I would only do it if I had a chopper or a Reiju. I think Reiju would be better.
Oh,
Just in
just in case
case.
it's like poisonous.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, Luffy, he almost. Well, he didn't almost die. I think. Well, yeah, I guess he still almost died. Yeah, because he ate
Yeah,
the
and-
armored fish, the poison fish, off of Whole Cake Island.
Chopper was there, right? Chopper was there, and he couldn't do anything. He's like, "Damn it, this fish is too poisonous."
Yeah.
So like that was dang. That's a under the radar L for Chopper.
Another thing Chopper couldn't do. First, he couldn't fix the smile users, and now he couldn't save Luffy's life. Which, by the way,
Yeah.
if I recall correctly, Luffy, he was somewhat. His body could fight off the poison better than most people, because I think they said most people would have died in like a minute, but Luffy would survive a little bit longer because of Magellan and how his whole like run
Yeah,
through with him.
something like that.
Yeah.
I think he had like a flashback. He's like, "Poison, that ain't shit to me," and then it was shit to him. And then Reiju came down and did the sucky, and then that's why I think I think given historical data, I'm choosing Reiju over Chopper.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, Reiju couldn't help
Yeah.
like a stomach ache, though. Chopper could, I think.
I mean, there's a lot that he has that God's greatest medicine.
Yeah.
Woo!
So we go down a little bit more, and they talk about Nash, Goldberg's shield. And I guess this is something that
Yes.
I think it's like one of those plot points that I kind of walked away from this chapter with, and I'm like, wait, what the hell is this about? Like I genuinely read the entire thing like top to bottom at least 3 to 4 times at this point. And the line where Goldberg says, "Yeah, by the way, this shield came to life after my old man clashed with Big Mom." It's like, wait, what? Huh? What do you mean? Because like this could imply a couple of different things, right? It could imply that, oh, maybe this is like 60 years ago here in Elbaf. Big Mom was fighting the giants and Carmel brought to life. But they don't mention Carmel. They only mention Big Mom. So it's like, wait a minute. Like, did Goldberg's dad fight Big Mom at a different point in time? Is that what happened? Who is Goldberg's dad?
Wait, do you see the Viz translations? I have the Viz translations
What does
pulled
it
up,
say?
and it says, okay, let me read the full thing. Hey, what's the deal with this guy? Huh? Is it a devil fruit? Okay, we know that part. Goldberg answers, that shield came to life like that, way back years ago, when my dad went on the expedition to vanquish Big Mom.
Oh, wow.
That's
They added a lot there.
I don't know, because in the previous translations it said clashed, right, with Big Mom. Like, my dad clashed, and it sounded like a 1v1. It sounded like Goldberg's dad was Yonko level.
Yeah.
Like, that shit was crazy.
Oh.
Now it's not even, it doesn't even sound like the shield was present for it. It sounds like the shield just came to life once his dad left him. Like,
every time you leave your kid, you get a free weapon that comes to life.
Yeah, like this is like what Usopp wished happened when
Yeah,
his dad
something
left
in your
him.
inventory just gets buffed.
Yeah, Usopp
like a
heard
Chinese
this shit,
comic.
like, wait, what the fuck? My slingshot didn't come to life when my dad left me.
Yeah, I opened up OP chapters, OP scans, and they say that was back when my pops went to take down Big Mom. This thing's got a soul in it, you know. So that's pretty decent too.
Oh.
So it looks like TCB just gave us like less info here.
Yeah.
So so 2 against 3. It looks like Goldberg's dad literally went to go kill Big Mom at one point in time, which is kind of cool. Like, damn, dude.
Yeah.
Is his dad still alive? I want to see that. I mean, he's definitely alive because the shield came back home, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's I think understandably, the more important part of the dialogue is the context around Big Mom, and where, like, I'm just, brain rot, and I like the sentient shield, and it's big for my theories and stuff like that. But like, I honestly, now I'm really confused about the circumstances of shield, because like, Goldberg wasn't there. It's his shield, and they're now because like, Big Mom wasn't on the island. Does it sound like Big Mom was on the island? Because went on the mission expedition to vanquish Big Mom. Like, that's does it sound like they left Elbaf to go kill Big Mom? When did they do that? That's crazy.
It's like a brand new event. That's what I was talking about. Like, that's why it's nuts. Like, he went to go fight Big Mom at a later date.
Yeah, no, but like, I feel like, dang, like, I feel like the first translation, I was kind of thinking like, oh, and Big Mom, like with the Loki situation, right? When Loki married Lola, they, like, his dad was like not letting Big Mom land, like it was like that kind of a thing. But now it sounds like they've made a mission, like an expedition, like they were hunting her like an animal, like,
yeah. She is like Elbaf's greatest enemy in a way.
Yeah, no, I know that part, but I'm saying, like, the first translation I got, it just said he clashed with her, and it could have been any context.
Yeah,
like, it could have been here. Big Mom could have came here. Now it's not that. Now it's like, no, Loki left Elbaf. It has a 2 billion berry whatever bounty. The giants also, these old heads, were just like, we can't let her breathe another breath. We must let this.
She killed Yorl, brother.
I don't know what
they had to.
Yeah, but like, but that's the other part, right? Like, when did this happen? Does it sound like it happened? Because the thing is, it wasn't Big Mom until Rocks. She was Linlin up. No, she was still Charlotte Linlin at Rocks. So this is after God Valley.
Yeah,
when she's Big Mom. At least if Goldberg is contextualizing the name Big Mom. Because Big Mom, she didn't become Big Mom until she became a mom, right? So she didn't have kids, like, for a while. So, that it is interesting. they like what set them off? Because like, did they go after the Mother Camel thing? Surely they did, but then afterwards, when she becomes Big Mom, they go after her. And it is also important to know, because it's like, damn, where are these giants? Like, these giants are hella strong. Did they all die like in the Loki fight? Like,
I mean, I'm assuming a lot of them died. Maybe a couple lived. Yeah, we don't know. Like, I mean, I'm in the exact same boat with you. Like, at first, I was like, oh, like we don't know the timeline, but now they make it sound like, yeah, they left Elbaf to do this. We're in the exact same boat. And yeah, overall, it's just pretty cool.
It also, like, the more we get about Elbaf, the less it makes sense that like the world is like obscured of like giants' existence, because like they were just out. And then like I think about it too, like Stelly, like the kind of like situation his brain was at with the giants. Meanwhile, the Navy has an entire giant squad. And like yeah, there's just one squad, but there are a lot of giants. They were literally the poster of like Marineford. Like they posted up. I wonder what like all the viewers who were like, the Marines have giants? Don't they salivate and melt rocks? Like, it's kind of crazy that like the world has that kind of view of giants, and we're getting more and more info. Like, there's other islands of giants. There's many places, like Saul's from the South Blue, right? Like, there's just.
I think it kind of makes sense, given how isolated some islands are. There's like not a lot of outside contact, right? Like imagine you lived in Syrup Village. How much would you really know? If you lived in Syrup Village, you've never heard of a giant before. Like, what would you, and then somebody tells you, like, yeah, like I think there's these giant people that live out there in the world. Like, what would you think? But you've never seen it before.
I'm not talking about Syrup Village. I'm talking about Stelly, bro. He was. I mean,
that's still just Goa Kingdom. Like, do you think Goa Kingdom has had fishmen there? Do you think it's had giants there before in the past like 50 years?
But I do think that
okay, let's say Stelly's like 20 years old, right? Stelly's around 25 years old. In his lifetime, do you think a giant has been to Goa Kingdom for him to like change that mindset?
I don't think it'd need to, because of like Robin, for example. Robin sees Saul. What'd she say? Oh, I read about you. Stelly was literally that. He was like the book smart. Yeah, but like studied, like
what you read changes you, right? Like Robin probably read like silly books because she lives at O'Hara. Stelly's growing up with nobility, so he's probably reading books that like, hey, we should enslave these guys.
Okay, sure, but like for him, the reaction he had at the thing, right? It's kind of crazy, because it's like the Navy has a giant squad. If he read about the Navy, he would know. That's what I'm like. You know, maybe
I mean? I mean, the Navy could also be hyping up their boys. Like, Par, if you and me rolled up to a club,
the Navy's writing the propaganda.
If it's not even propaganda, Par. If me and you rolled up to a club, you went to the bathroom, and I saw this hot girl come over, and she's like, hey, like, are you single? And I'm like, no, but my friend Par is. And they're like, oh, tell me about Par. And I'm like, yeah, so Par, he has X-ray vision. This guy, oh my God. Every time Par puts his lips on a glass of alcohol, it immediately evaporates. Like, oh, like what about his chiseled features? I'm like, yeah. I'd be like, Par, the minute he rubs his chin against you, he'll cut your skin. He can even cut diamond with that frickin' jaw of his. Like, I would be hyping the hell out of you. If I was the Navy, and if I was about to raid an island, and if I had giants on my side, would I not say, yeah, these giants salivate, and it destroys rocks. It's like acid. Like, would you not want something like that on your... Like, no, Par, of course I'm spreading propaganda about how strong and cool you are. What do you think? The Navy is like, yeah, we have some giants. You know, they love flowers. You know, whenever they throw a punch, rainbows come out. Like, no, I'm not saying that, dude. Like, of course I'm saying my giants can destroy islands with a flick of the wrist. Yeah, I'm spreading propaganda.
Okay, there's 100%. A difference between what you said as a wingman. Also, I my brain like redacted what you said about me melting. Like, half of the shit was not good until you said the jawline sharp part. I was like, I don't think the girl wants to be with someone who cuts the skin. But the reality is, I get that one was a good analogy. Except you could just say the giants can lift. Like have the manpower of like 100 like 1,000 men. Like,
I mean,
you don't have to say they spit on you and melt around. Like, I get what you're saying with the whole like if they're weaponified. Like, they're like, oh, we just bought these new missiles and their explosions explode, and their explosions are are more powerful than a dragon's breath. Like yeah, the military's gonna say some stupid shit like that, but like I don't read about my military spit and be like, oh my god, the U.S. military spits on our enemies and they melt, and they melt the mountains in front of that.
That's so good. What do you mean, Par? If I had an army, I would want crazy stories like that about my boys. Okay, Par. If you were a guy, you are a militiaman. You are a militiaman. You defend this small rinky-dink village, and then you hear that an army is about to approach. Would you rather fight an army of regular soldiers or an army where the soldiers have spit that melts skin? You know, you hear about an army where the minute they look at you, you're paralyzed in fear and you feel the hands of the underworld dragging you down. Whenever they shoot you, those bullets explode. They don't even have that, but they explode. That is the rumors you hear. And by the way, it turns out they have a third arm waiting just to pop out and to surprise attack you like Madara. Like Zetsu with Madara.
Yeah,
like, would you not want Ripley. That? Like, who would you rather fight?
We activate the third arm of the giants with Ripley. Like,
that's just how it is. Like, I would rather fight a regular person than some mythical godlike being, this subhuman monster. Like, if I had fishmen,
subhuman. Why did you?
If I had fishmen in my militia, in my army, in my brigade, Par, would I rather have people saying, yeah, like, my guy's harmless, he's like a goldfish? Or would I just not put out stories saying, yeah, anytime there's water nearby, oh, yeah, it falls from the heavens, it gets 50 times heavier, all the water in your village, it's an AoE effect, it becomes poisonous, it's toxic now, okay. And this fisherman, let me tell you, jaws for days. Oh, like, you can't even trust the land around you, he's gonna be swimming right through that rock even. Like, yeah, I'm spreading that rumor. Of course.
Most of 100%. Those are good rumors, but the rumors that they spread about fishmen, which they don't have in the world government, is that their skin is like contagious. Like, you touch it and you become,
and guess what,
like,
Par? If I'm fighting a fishman, I would not want to touch his skin anymore.
Yeah, but
simple as that.
But I also, you wouldn't, because that's not the good propaganda. That's the racist propaganda that you can't coexist with.
It's racist propaganda to an extent, but it's also scary to where, like, if I'm fighting a fisherman or fighting a giant, I wouldn't want to fight those guys on paper.
But I just want to point out, most of what you said as a good propaganda was everything that Arlong was like, yo, this is good fisherman PR.
It is.
If you just ask the fishermen about how to market fishermen, they would tell you, yeah, our jaws are stronger than steel. We fight. And then it's like, okay, but does your skin infect everyone? No.
Par. Would I rather win this war against my enemies or have them believe that we're cool people? Like, I'd rather win the war first, and then we could say we're cool people.
No, but you're not winning your example of the PR is to tell the boys back home why they should believe in our giants and fishmen, and telling them that your people are contagious subhuman mongoloids.
Before you can fool your enemies, you must fool thyself.
This isn't keep your enemies close.
It is. This is literally Sun Tzu. What are you talking about, brother?
Sun Tzu.
This is a Sun Tzu ancient Chinese tactic. Before you fool your enemies, you must fool your own nation. Par. It is Battle 101.
I love the Sun Tzu comments in the random
because when they send Chinese spies over to your hometown and they're like, let me get the intel, and you ask Stelly, you're like, hey Stelly, like, tell me about your army secrets. You know, and then Stelly with his whole heart, with his whole being, his soul says, yeah, these giants are effing scary, like they melt rocks. Like, would you not believe him? You're like, oh, like if this is what he says and he believes it, I mean, I guess it's true. And now you spread the propaganda too. To your own people.
You brought the Chinese the example, and we talked about it. I think you talked about last stream or on stream about speed. And it's funny because, you know, the whole like China bad, China terrible, blah blah blah. And the scare is that they're gonna overtake America, and that mentality doesn't change when Speed goes there and gives them all that positive PR. But it's coming from positive PR standpoints. Like, wait, China's so cool. God damn it, they're so much better than us. And it's still the same conclusion. They're gonna overtake us, but it doesn't come from the racist, like, oh, the Chinese, all they do is copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. It's like, no, that was like 50 years ago.
My Chinese
maybe,
brethren,
like now,
shout outs.
Now they're just better. Like, if you just watch like I Show Speed's thing, and it's like, damn, wait, no, like China's kind of sick. Like, very cool. And it's like the exact thing where it's like, yeah, you could get the elevating fishmen on a greater tier of fear, but it didn't need to come from, oh yeah, they're infectious monsters. They're just, or you could just say everything that Arlong said, and then you get the same example, which is actually kind of interesting now you think about it, because like Orange or Kokoyashi Village was just as terrified of Arlong with or without. They were like, imagine you landed there. Was it Genzo? Right,
yeah, Genzo.
And like you go there, and he's like, oh, our island's overtaking my fishmen. And you show up there, and you're like, oh my god, like I'm so sorry. Like I bet their illness is spreading all over. That's what's ravaging your lands. It's so terrible. And he's like, no, they're just 100 times stronger than us. We can't escape to water because they're fishmen and they just beat us on water. They're stronger on land. Brother, what are you talking about? The illness? Are you insane? Like that. It's funny because you get the effect of the fear, and it's just crazy how delusional
your thing is like, see, I think we have to not worry about that. Like, if Genzo, an enemy of the fishmen, well, enemy of Arlong, believes that, let him believe it. Like, who cares? Like, if I was a giant and somebody thought I spit acid, like, do you think I'd really, like, get my feelings hurt? Like, oh, like, now I'm gonna fight you still, but now I'm just sad.
Yeah, because you would be the worst person to bring on a raid, bro. You'd give us misinfo. We'd be taking down a raid and be like, this guy, you can't even get him.
I would tell my squad mates what's happening. I just wouldn't tell the nation. I don't know what's so crazy about this. I feel like you wouldn't do good during wartime, Par. I feel like you're not one of... Despite loving Chinese comics, you're not one of Sun Tzu's disciples. That's for sure. My God.
I'm imagining you would be the type to write walkthroughs and everything's wrong in the walkthrough.
Hey, you know why? Because if more than what is it, 2 or 1% of people get the achievement, then it's no longer a diamond trophy anymore.
Yeah, but Sai, you use those walkthroughs all the time. Whenever you get stuck in a game, you're like, all right, let's go watch the video of the guy who beat the game.
Hey, those are badly made games, though. That's the difference. See, the rules don't apply when it's for me. Yeah, return those games, Par. Come on. But yeah, I mean, anyways, like, what other propaganda could you spread? Like the Three-Eyed Tribe. Like, how could you talk mess about them in a good way? Like, how would you make people fear the Three-Eyed Tribe? Would you just hype them up like Medusa or something? Like, you look at that third eye and you like...
Yeah, I think...
You just turn to stone.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like the penance stare from Ghost Rider.
Yeah, I think that would be... That would make... I mean, what rumors could you make, right? Like, Pudding's one was kind of like... like, she got bullied because it was ugly. And it's like, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Like, in the world of One Piece, a third eye is the grossest thing you've seen. Come on, dude. They're so nasty, dude. I apologize for
how would you feel about this? Okay, pretend like you're a Three-Eyed Tribe member representative, and you're coming to the meeting where I'm like, hey, we're going to spread propaganda about you just to make people fear you. What if one of my suggestions is, okay, so Mr. Three-Eyed, what if we told people that the minute they see your third eye, they will automatically vomit out of disgust? Like, it's uncontrollable. Would you accept that?
Nah.
Why?
But I see a window now. See, if I was a Three-Eyed Tribe, it's hard to get it, to sell like positive PR by the third eye. So what you need to do is sell negative PR about all the other races. The fishmen, they're infectious. We can't let them live on the land. Their spit is the giant spit is toxic. That's why we're harmless. We just have a third eye, but the blues.
No. Okay, you're missing the point of this. We're supposed to make you guys look scary, but Par apparently he just wants everything to be rainbows and sunshine.
Wait, whoa. Wait, I didn't know. Wait, we're militarized? I thought we were just like
No, we
PR.
are. I said we're trying to make you guys seem scary.
Oh, I missed that part. I missed that part.
And
wait,
and your idea was to make everybody else seem scarier. You're doing the exact opposite.
No. Actually, no. My logic is better. My logic is better because then it would be like the Bone Spurs. Like, don't send me to war. Don't send the 3-Eye Tribe to war.
Oh my god.
Let all the other guys. We can't do anything. Those guys are scary.
Yeah, then I just execute every 3-Eye Tribe member.
Because imagine you like sell like, oh yeah, we turn everyone stone, and you don't, and then like all the 3-Eye Tribe people just die because they just like you just go to war, your battalion loses, and it's like, wait, I thought you guys were strong. Nope, no, we have to wait like 30 years to awaken, brother. Like
no,
and then when we do, we could just like leave
no blocks. Survivors. That's why the propaganda will keep on spreading. It's like the giant saliva thing, right? Like, who's going to go home and say, yeah, that actually doesn't happen?
I wonder, though. Do you think that the 3-Eye Tribe does have, like, some kind of, like, power like that?
No.
Besides, like, what's it called? What was it? Like, it's not ESP, but, like...
Besides, like, the voice of all things replica ability they have?
Yeah, essentially. Like, is there other stuff that you think, like, you know, like Cyclops can
that'd be cool.
Laser beam.
Like, so far, the only race in One Piece that actually gets something out of their race is probably just Fishmen and Lunarians, huh? Like, they're the only ones who have like positive combative abilities coming out of their race. Like everybody else is just kind of like
giants have lifespan.
Yeah, oh well, giants, yeah, their size. Giants have their size. Lunarians have their invulnerability and their wings that can fly. Fishmen, of course, are good in underwater. I just feel like the 3-Eye just don't have much. Yeah, Buccaneers, bigger bodies. Yeah, I feel like the 3-Eye Tribe don't have anything. It seems like they're just a support, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, the 3-Eye Tribe's so interesting, so weird.
Yeah, they're kind of ugly.
I didn't mean like I didn't mean like that. I meant weird like story wise, because like their importance is there. But then even Big Mom was just like, I ain't waiting for that shit, Kaido. like we built up the Whole Cake Island importance of the third eye, and then when the next arc, Kaido's like, wait, don't you have a 3-Eye Tribe member? Big Mom's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
That's
we're
take
not
too long.
I
mean, how old is Pudding?
Chapters. 16. No. 20? 16.
Pudding age. Let me look it up. 16. Okay.
16.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I forget how old she was, but if she was like mid-20s, I'd be like, okay, this is taking way too long, brother. 16's not bad. Yeah, I'd give her like another decade, but a decade's so long when you think about it.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, we're not waiting a decade.
Yeah, we keep on saying it, but like, you know, Luffy's entire journey is like less than a year if you don't include the time skip.
Yeah.
So it's like, brother, you wait 10 of those years. I mean, Luffy's cooking everybody at that point. Like, there's no point anymore.
Yeah.
And I'd be so embarrassed. I think we've talked about it in the past, but like, if I was a pirate that's been on the seas for like 20 plus years, trying to get the One Piece, trying to make a name for myself, and Luffy does it in less than a year, I'd be kind of peeved. I think I'd also hold a grudge against Strawhat.
Yeah.
So Sanji and Zoro, they mentioned Zeus and how they have Zeus in the crew, and it looks like Goldberg is kind of surprised by that. Like, wait, you guys know Zeus? He's a high-ranking homie. Or is that Nash that says it? Either way, but do you think Nash and Zeus will become good friends? Because in a way, Zeus is like his senior.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's going back to the dialogue. This is like the weirdest dialogue because it's like it's so vague on so many different angles. Why the shield came to life? Like where in what context? And then like in what context did the dad fight Big Mom? And like what time? Who was it? 1v1? Was it other people? Etc. Etc. But like I think it's you said OP chapters, their translations explicitly said soul. I know that Fiso, TCB's translator, was in the stream, and he was saying that it's not explicit that like it's related to this, but it's heavily implied. Like it that's just like the 99% problem. Like he didn't say this part, but like this is my stance, is like it's 99% related to the soul. You wouldn't mention like you know what I mean? Goldberg may not understand the mechanisms here, but like soul fruit, alive object, soul, homie, whatever. But the question is, whose soul is in there? Is it Big Mom's soul? Is his dad's soul? Like it's kind of weird. Is this like a Dressrosa situation where it's like the person's like in an object and they can't like communicate? And I guess like what's it called? Like we did get examples like putting awoke like the hidden memories of some of the homies and they remembered their lives. I don't know if they were real memories or like implanted memories or we don't even know necessarily if like homies particularly like if they can retain their memories from their original person, right? But it would be crazy if Nash was just his dad's soul, like, or parts of it or something. Like it's kind of wild that's a thing.
Think
like
it is. My headcanon for this is just that he stole a shield.
He stole one of Big Mom. Like he went on an expedition to vanquish Big Mom, and Big Mom had Nash lying around. And he's like, "Shit! This shit's alive.
This. Yeah,
I'm gonna give it to my son. It'll be his pet."
Yeah, I mean, maybe he didn't like want to give it to his son right away, but he was just like, "Yeah, I'll take this. I'll fight." And then his dad probably came home, retired, whatever, just gave it to his son. It's like a hand-me-down.
Yeah. So if it's not like a significant soul, that's interesting. I feel like if it was a significant soul, then it would be even more impactful. But yeah, I think you're right. Like Zeus is going to be pretty valuable to Nash. Maybe Nash is cracked and he just doesn't know. Like maybe Zeus can like awaken Nash, right? Like maybe Nash can like, wait a second, I can grow spikes. Like, you know how like what's his face? Zeus can just take over Nami's staff.
Yeah.
And then like it like hardens up and then he gets like spiky sometimes or whatever. Like maybe Nash can do that shit too.
Well, I'm gonna hit you with a little bit of a conundrum then. If Goldberg can do that with Nash, would that not just make him the strongest giant out of his crew? Because in my opinion, I've always liked Goldberg. I think he's always been my favorite just because of the shield. And now that we finally know what his shield's all about, it's like, dude, like he's pretty powerful, Like he has some good feats here. A lot of potential. Like if we also add on to the fact that his shield can now warp and change and it's over here, getting spikes and taking over weapons. Like would that not just make him too stronger than Harden? That's like saying, oh, by the way, Zoro, all of a sudden Zoro has 3 black blades. He has the Amaterasu in his hidden eye. Zoro constantly has Ashura mode activated. It's like, wait a minute, like Luffy, what about brother? I know you have your 5th, but Zoro's getting a lot of upgrades here. What are we doing? And then Sanji, Sanji now has like advanced future sight so far that he can see every reality like Doctor Strange. And then Luffy - Harden gets no upgrades. It's like, wait a minute, like this. If we're giving Goldberg these upgrades, I think Harden needs some sort of boost too.
Okay, I don't know about all the upgrades part, but like when you started comparing it to Zoro getting and like 9, I was like, whoa, Goldberg isn't becoming God like, from this situation.
Yeah, well, okay, that's a big upgrade though. Goldberg having Nash do so many different things. That's like Zoro having like 12 arms and 12 swords. It's like,
I mean, the shield already can enlarge and it can already do things. I didn't like add like
you added every single upgrade under the sun to Goldberg. I mean, you damn near said he had advanced Ryuo, which it's already advanced, but he advanced that. You're saying he has Joy Boy level feats.
Yeah, the shield is killed his entire family, awoken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Like
I remember before we hopped into this this video here.
Stop.
You mentioned a theory, and you were like, I've been doing some research, and I was reading about how this guy like this common man slayed a god in one of my Chinese comics. And now I see what you're doing. You're trying to relate that to Goldberg and Nash, saying how, yeah, Nash may just be a simple homie, but one day he'll be able to take on Gold Roger.
We're just making shit up, just straight making shit up.
Deny it all you want.
You...
Deny it all you want.
That I see. The thing is, the thing that threw me through the greatest loop on all this, besides your nonsense, was, and I genuinely don't remember. Maybe this is my hater bias here. When you said that Goldberg was always your favorite because of the shield, I was like, am I being gaslit here? Because I'm pretty sure I said that.
I think we agreed. I think we ranked
he was the
together.
Only. No, because the reason why I am thinking that is because he was the only one that I knew that I didn't know that the other ones had names.
Yeah.
And I only remembered Goldberg, and it was because of the shield. And you're like, there's you just roasted me for an entire like 45 minutes about all the other ones and told me to rank them. And I don't remember Goldberg being even in your top. No,
Goldberg
3.
was high up there.
I think when I said I like the shield, you were like, ew, what's so cool about the, and then you just like mocked his face because all we had was the tongue sticking out.
I think you're misremembering events. Goldberg's always been my number one goat.
Oh yeah, number one. Yeah.
I think I roasted you because you didn't know about the other giants.
No, you said Hyden was your number one.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you were a Hyden.
I'm a Harden defender. There's a difference. I don't agree with all the slander Harden has, but Harden's like number 4 or 5.
I think you put him higher before.
I don't know.
You were because I had Roto lower. You were like all over Roto's shtick.
Roto's cool.
You were like, bro, yeah, and then you were like Harden. I think you had like. I think your list was like Roto, Harden, Gerd, Goldberg, Stanson.
Maybe.
And I want to put Stanson up higher, and you were like, Stanson? Bleh! And then you just started making fun of me, and I was like, wait, I like Stanson. And then you're like, I don't know.
Oh, well, you hated Stanson because you said that Stanson stole the spotlight from Rayleigh. I'll never forget that.
No. All
right, we're gonna move on, Par. This is, you're over here just slandering these giants. I just don't get it, man. Like I love all of these guys, and you're just like you're ranking them now, and that's just too much. Like how did like imagine going to like an elementary school where your kid goes to, and you're like, don't worry, son, you're number 1, and all these other losers, that's number 2 over there, number 5 over there. Like, Par, this is crazy, brother.
Now you're making me pull out the big. You are so YouTube brain rotted that your brain thinks top 5 mojo moments.
We're going down to the God Knights.
Because you had me rank
you
had me rank the New Giant Pirates, and then you had me rank the Dream Monsters. You had me rank the Holy Knights. You had me rank every single time we talk about ranks. It's you who brings up, hey, Par, what's your? And then you're like baiting me, and then I know your games. I see. I understand.
Par, I'm not trying to play caste system rankings with you right now. We can see. Here's the thing. I don't like ranking people. I don't like ranking people. In my eyes, everybody's equal. Video,
top 5 ranks in One Piece. Like
I don't know where you see, Par. Somebody messaged me the other day. They said, Sigh. I love you and Par's collabs, but every now and then you gotta rein Par in. Because he is just...
Oh, that's everybody on every video.
And they just say, Sigh, Par loves ranking people. He just will not stop. You need to hold him back. It gets a little bit too much sometimes, and I'm taking up that mantle, guys. Par,
I'm pretty sure I don't even rank the chapters, and you come into my stream, Par, where do you rank this chapter at? What's the number? You're like, is it a 10 out of 10? It's like, for me it's a 6, and you're like, oh, you hate this chapter? I'm telling Twitter. That's where you...
No, I would never ask that. See, that's a question that the question of rating chapters, I have a whole backstory about that. It's very traumatic. Yeah,
Oh, I apologize for bringing up the
it's
past.
okay. So when people say,
Yeah,
"Hey,
avoid
1 to 10, what do you think?" I'm like, jump scare. So
Ah, jump scare. In whisper.
spooky. So we go to Loki now, finally, and we see that he tells them about the God Knights. He doesn't really say much. He just says God Knights, right? And
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
He doesn't really tell us about Shamrock, about Gunko. He just says he got injured by God Knights, which is a little bit unfortunate. I was hoping he would drop like the Shanks brother lore to Luffy, just so that we could get a nice reaction. But I guess they're saving that for later. Luffy does say, "Whoa, World Government Knights, huh? Well, what's up with this?" Which is kind of cool. He's taking interest in them. Because
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, this
Yeah.
is like the first time he's hearing about them. And
I
I
think
wish Loki said that they were still here so that we would kind of like kick our asses into high gear, but that's fine. We gotta chill for a little bit. I understand.
yeah, I think the most important line from this was and let me read the Viz version of it. He said, "If I'd gone far enough to run into them when I was out there, I'd be king of the world by now."
Yeah.
Let me double check. He got beat that bad. What did the TCB say? TCB said, I'd already be king of the world if I'd gone far enough to cross paths with guys like that, right? Um, it's interesting. I don't know where I'm at. He puts respect on the Holy Knights, but does it sound like he's not afraid, but like do you think that like he believes he could beat them?
Um, I don't really get anything out of it in that context.
Yeah, yeah,
I
it's
think he's just talking
interesting
about like
because
their
it's like
their title and position more so than like a power
if I
scaling thing.
like when I read the Viz version, if I gone far enough to run into them when I was out there, I'd be king of the world by now. It kind of just sounds it like that way versus the way TCB said it. It's the same meaning. It didn't change, but like this is the ordering of it. It sounds like he's just like, yeah, if I had seen them out there, I'd be king of the world by now. Like meaning he'd overcome them. Obviously he's tied up, he's weakened, he's starved, he couldn't fight back, right? Which that goes back to that whole thing where Shamrock said the result would have been the same. And it's like Loki is a character that like he's an insane benchmark, I feel like, because like can he beat the Holy Knights? We don't know. I mean he
I feel like he
survived, right?
could.
Like Shamrock's
I feel like in
yeah,
a
I
one
think
v
he
one, I'd
could.
bet on Loki. Depending on who he
Like
fights, like Shamrock probably not, but like put him against like I don't know. I feel like the God Knights are gonna be hard for him to fight. Just like a giant versus a human. It kind of goes back to what Jimbei said, like, oh, these are human-sized problems. We're gonna take them on, or something like that. Like, hey, like
that's true.
I just feel like a giant fighting a human. Just we haven't seen it turn out well yet.
I feel like the one thing, I mean, they throw themselves against. I mean, we've been following a Luffy who's just like blunt force damage doesn't work against him. They just stomp and they're like, wait, why'd he just squish? Like that's not how
Like,
it
have
usually
we
goes.
seen a giant beat a human-sized opponent yet?
Uh,
And I don't count Kid because that
I
was just
mean,
a ship.
I mean, we've seen Harden mock Vice.
Oh,
but
Harden
like, and
Makavice,
that
yeah.
was that struck fear in all the human sized people.
Yeah.
So the
Like I just
you
feel
know,
like in this arc, the one thing I hope they kind of tackle is just giants versus humans. I want to see more giants beat regular sized people because like we're so small, we're kind of like ants. Like I feel like it'd be easy to dodge giants. They move kind of slow. I want to see like a giant really put in that work.
yeah, I agree with you. Except like with Loki, it's even more. And I say benchmark in a weird way because he's not an example of a normal giant, but he's kind of like the Yamato, the Kyros of an island. Like he's like the strongest one. And it's like where does his story go towards, right? With Kyros, he fought like crazy enough. He fought a commander, which like he had no hockey against a new world opponent, which is insane. But like Yamato. Like Yamato's limitless, so limitless that we were like, even the people who believed that Yamato joined the crew were like, yeah, she's too strong though. And then Loki is beyond that in terms of like potential, in my opinion, right? Like he has the giant tax, he has the ancient giant blood, he is Loki, the god name. He's like one of the first, he's like the first antagonist that we heard of for this arc. Like it's insane how much Prince, like powerful, hired an opponent. Like there's so many levels to it. But like also, like if he can't fight Shamrocks 1v1 solo, like is he bluffing? Is he not strong? Where is he strong? I think he can take the Sommers and Killing Am thing. That's like why Gerd essentially says it'll take him months to repair, right? Because Oda's putting him in a position where it wouldn't be like, even if he loses, he has like a giant handicap. He has a doctor's note. He has a doctor's note exempting him from this arc, essentially. Like even if he loses, we're like, oh well, technically he shouldn't even be standing right now. But like it's kind of wild how strong Loki is. And yet we know that Shanks stopped him, right? So like that's where it's like, okay, that's our one thing that tells us that like he would lose against Shamrock because he lost to Shanks already, right? But was that scenario the entire crew, right? That's way different. If you had to fight all of the red-haired pirates, 1v all of them, I think most people are losing. I don't think anybody really like just wins that, right? Like even Kaido was like, yeah, me and King, we're gonna run it up with Shanks right now, right? So it's like that's why Loki as a character, right? If we leave this arc and he's like alive and he's that strong, bring him to the last fight, what does he do? This is insane. It's like Frieza, but like crazier. It's like I don't even know. It's like Broly. Yeah, this is Broly, right? Like Loki like has like Broly set up, legendary everything. And we just have like an insane nerf on him right now. And I almost wonder if the Straw Hats weren't here and Loki were not chained up, could he just resolve everything on his own?
I don't know. That's a tough one. Like I think Loki can probably take a God Knight 1v1. Like I said, I think my main problem is just like giant on human, because I feel like that humans might be really agile comparative to him. But like I said, I think if there's a character to bridge that gap, it would be him for sure.
Yeah, Loki was impressive though. He figured out Gunko's power in like one move. So yeah, I like that.
I mean, he's been on the seas, brother. He's probably seen he's seen some things.
Yeah, that's what I like that in like I was bringing it up, like that's like how Nami fights, right? But he did it in one move, like that's battle IQ type of stuff, and maybe we don't even see it. Maybe he sits back and he like he's Luffy's brain, right? Like he explains how to fight against the God Knights, because these are powers that require brain to figure out, and Luffy's not really great at that. So maybe Loki just sits back, watches Luffy fight, and tells him. Like that would be an interesting role. Yeah, honestly, I kind of like that.
Like a duo Q bot lane.
That'd be really. Yeah. Like he's the support character. That's at 1 HP, sitting in the back under tower.
Would it be bad? Yeah. So the way I kind of see it, right? That line of I'd already be king if I ran into guys like that. I think he's just talking about the fact that the God Knights are like end tier villains, right? Like these are the guys that you fight at the very end of a game, like the final group, because they protect the Holy Land. That's kind of how I took it. I don't take it as like I could beat them or anything, which I mean, he very well could, but yeah, I think that's more so what he meant.
Yeah. But it's also, I mean, a little bit later, but that line is like, it explodes. Like it's already important when you read it, the chapter. Like
it's exploding in our mouths.
No, literally, because I did not expect that flashback.
Dude.
And when we got that flashback, oh my god.
That flashback, so the spoilers came out Tuesday.
Oh. Okay. Hit me with this.
And you know what Tuesday was, Par? Do you know what day that is?
April Fool. Oh,
Do you know the
legendary.
amount of people who came into my video saying, "Oh, Sai's joking. Like this isn't real. This is fake. This is April Fools." They're like, "You had me in the first half, then you said Rocks D Xebec, and I knew it was fake." I was like, "Guys, it's real." Well, I mean, it could have been fake because obviously it's not like I'm getting the spoilers. Like it's Pew Piece doing it, but like Pew Piece doesn't lie like this. Not lie, but like, do like April Fools pranks like this. It's like if he does, it's
I
like
wouldn't
these
know.
are the most tame like spoilers it could have been.
Yeah.
Just saying like
Pew
Rocks
doesn't
D
follow
Xebec and
me,
Loki
so
had
I
a
don't-
tie-in.
I'm. You and Pew have a different level to your relationship. You follow each other, so.
Oh my god,
You would know if he jokes
I've
like
never talked to Pew, but I've seen him from a distance. I see his tweets.
that. Yeah.
But yeah, like it was just
that's
kind of crazy
wild.
seeing people say that. And then in my mind, I'm like, okay, I get it, right? Like there's a lot of April Fool's jokes out there, but I'm like, if you were to make fake spoilers about One Piece, not trying to undermine the chapter, but they're kind of like the tamest spoilers you could throw out there. Like, oh, by the way, Loki and Rocks, like they met each other a long time ago, which timeline fits, doesn't ruin anything. It's also another parallel, like Luffy and Loki. Like it's perfect.
Yeah. I wouldn't really. I didn't even like. I forgot April Fools was that week. That's so funny.
Yeah.
That it lined up with the
And then even
spoiler
with the
drop.
full spoilers, which come out on April 2nd, people are like, yeah, I still don't believe it. This is still a joke. And I was like,
Wait, what did they did? They
guys.
didn't. They didn't believe that Rocks appeared, or that like what happened. Like, what did the spoilers say? Rocks did something, and then they didn't believe that, or
it just said that
Rocks
Rocks beating Loki, which I mean, it's like the whole thing. I would say, like just Rocks in general.
Dang, yeah, I don't know if like usually the bullet point is like less descriptive in this one, because like I guess like Rocks beating Loki without the context of it, like did it say Kid Loki?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, it would have to be
Kid
Loki,
yeah.
right? Yeah. But I would imagine like just reading that, and if not like you like not everyone just like, oh my god, remembers the timeline. That's a hard thing to do. And if you just said Rocks beat Loki, you're like, what the fuck? This is fake. I could understand that to a certain extent, but yeah, that's funny. That's crazy.
I just didn't know how many people believed in like
That's-
April Fools or like feared it.
Yeah, I wasn't on the
underestimate
internet
it.
this April Fools. Usually it's fun, but I wasn't aware of the memes that existed.
Yeah. I guess you can't trust anything out there April 1st.
Yeah.
It's like
Though
one
I
of those
did
holidays
see
that kind of like sneaks up on you.
I did see Joy Boy got engaged or whatever, and he announced that on April Fool's, so people didn't believe him. I gotta
that's
congratulate
funny.
him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Joy Boy.
Yeah.
Joy Boy
I
theories.
open up Twitter, and that was like the first. Thank you, Twitter, for putting that on top of all the slop. But
yeah, he says I'm getting married on Saturday, so he's probably he's already married. Gonna be leaving for a honeymoon after that. Last review should be up in an hour or so. April 1st. Nice.
Congratulations.
And then he posted saying, I forgot it's April Fool's, guys, but this is real.
Yeah.
Nice.
That made me laugh.
Yeah, a lot of people are
checked
out of commission. I think Bronco's also gone too.
Brago's gone. What do you?
No, like
Sai, you can't.
No,
say...
like on vacation. I mean,
yeah,
it's vacation season,
bro?
dude.
Yeah. April. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
a
I
good
could see
time.
that.
It's a little gloomy. Yeah, it's been raining all week here, so.
Yeah, it's supposed
And then
to
you just
snow.
had a storm too.
It's supposed to snow today, I think.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah,
Time for vacation.
Oklahoma weather's kind of weird. Like it was like in the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the snow's gone. It's not gonna snow anymore. That's cool. I looked at it last night. It was like like 40% chance, and now it's like nothing at all. That's how it goes. I feel like it's at the point where I don't really check the weather that much. Just can't trust it, dude. It's always changing.
Can't trust is kind of funny.
I can't.
But-
I don't trust that damn weather, man, dude. David Payne, get the hell out of here.
You know your weather, man?
Do you not? Like you turn on the TV, you don't know you weather people?
You have a TV? What the hell?
No, I don't have like a TV, but like every now and then I pop on like Oklahoma news.
My TV is just populated by Finding Nemo. Not right now, actually.
I have
what is it?
Do you have cable then?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't have cable. Cable's so expensive. I mean, granted, like all the subscription services kind of add up to cable at this point, but you know, like I have like Netflix and everything. It's on a Roku stick.
Yeah,
Roku's cool.
Just Chromecast things. So
yeah.
And
if you want to bootleg something, just like AirPlay it.
Yeah, cable's like even when I went to go buy the internet package, they were like telling me the prices, and they're like, and if you want to add cable, and then they like hesitated and like had a yikes voice, and they're like, it's $40 extra, and I'm like, yeah, no, it's okay.
I'm good, brother. Yeah, and they try to like sell you on a home phone. They're like, hey, you want a home phone or home security or something? It's like, I'm good.
What's that? Yeah.
They're like, it's an extra $50. I was like, oh god, $50 a month, brother. That adds up.
You know what's even crazier? It was cheaper to buy everything online. Like I was sitting in the store and I compared the prices on the online for Xfinity, and there was like 6 deals that offered online. I was like, can I just get them in store? And they're like, no, that's online only. And I was like, so you're telling me I am going to pay $25 a month extra by signing up here in store, and I get no free anything. I got Peacock for 2 years.
Dude,
free
that's
now.
how it be, man. Like I always recommend. So I have Cox, and you know, obviously, like I feel like depending on where you live, you don't really have a choice on what internet provider you get. But I have Cox, and for the longest time, I paid $190 for internet a month, which is a lot.
Oh my god!
It's like like Gigablast plus like infinite data. Like it was a whole bunch of like random stuff like all together. And that was a lot of money. You know, I spent a pretty penny for that. And then I go online because I was moving. I moved apartments, and I was like, okay, like let me just like move the service, whatever. And I was looking through their internet plans because I was like, maybe I should upgrade or downgrade or do something, right? Because that bill is insane. And I realized that I could get this exact same plan I have right now for $110 less.
Jesus, yeah.
For nothing. Like I lose nothing in the process. So it's like, wait. Huh?
Wait, how do you get like you just do it online?
Yeah, I guess the whole thing was that like I've had this plan for a while, so I guess they updated it on like the package and they just never told me. So I literally got the same internet, same deal, same everything for $110 less, and now I'm just paying $80. And it's like I lost nothing. Like it's the same thing. I guess they just upgraded the package and never told me about it, and I had to like manually go online to like look. I was like, whatever, dude.
You know how many people have your situation? That's why there's those services that are like, like, oh, we can get your internet for cheaper, blah blah blah, and that's all it is. It's just like, who are those demographics? It's like the old people who, you know, no offense to you, but like, and I'm not saying that like. There's a lot of people, I'm saying old people as a generalization, but like a lot of people don't have the time to keep up with all these things. They have busy lives, and it's like you want to hope that your services are serving you, but like they care about their bottom line so much that they just pick up double the price.
Yeah.
And imagine how many thousands, if not millions of people that is, and then they're out there like they're like, bro,
I paid my internet bill today, and I was smiling. I was, you know, ear to ear, I was smiling. I was like, $80 for my internet? Oh, hell yeah. Which is still expensive for most people, but like, you know, it's for what I'm getting, it's like, it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
I'll take it, dude.
I will admit, though, because internet is a necessity or whatever, so like if you're a senior citizen, they give you crazy discounts. So I was going to transfer my in-laws to a new plan.
Yeah.
And they were paying a lot, but they was paying a lot because they want to keep the landline. I'm like, because they're just older, so they're like trusting the landline, and they don't use it, but they pay $20.
Dude, same with my parents.
Extra a month.
That's what my parents do.
Yeah,
it's like, guys, get rid of the landline. You're not using it. Who calls you on the home phone?
Yeah, you could. There's like certain things that like, dang, I wish we can get that. Like, you can if you just could stop the phone and the cable. They don't watch cable. They watch satellite TV, which is they have a separate service for. I'm like, so they take TV off, take this off.
Yeah.
And I was gonna transfer them to a different thing to consolidate all this stuff. But then they have a senior citizen package, and that shit is good. I was like, all right,
you just remind me, like,
can't negotiate this.
I feel like for Mother's Day, I'm just gonna go to my parents' house and look at their bills or something. Like, what can I fix? Like, well, what's outdated, man? I don't know.
I did that for them, and it's crazy because there's so much that you can get off, but then it's also crazy how much they just charge you for. Like, surely maintaining a landline isn't $25 a month.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
Maybe because like nobody uses landlines as much anymore, so like the price just shoots up. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. At that point, they should just lie to you and just say it's a mobile line, because mobile lines are mad cheap. They'll give you a mobile line for free. They should just lie to you, tell you it's a landline, and somehow hook it up as a mobile. Maybe that's what they do, and then they pocket
that point.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is wild.
Yeah.
But
damn, dude, I just thought about my mom. Mother's Day's around the corner, a month away. Dude, my mom gets easily scammed. Whenever I think of my mom, I just think about like a scam victim, dude. My mom gets scammed by like the silliest things, like, and then she'll call me, and I get offended a little bit. But my mom will call me, and she's like, "Son, if you get a message that looks like this, don't click on the link or give them money." I'm like, "No, dumb." I get offended because it's like, do you think I would? Like, what do you mean? My mom doesn't believe in like, oh my god, my mom doesn't believe in Google or Apple Maps, by the way. So there was a wedding we were going to 2 weeks ago, and it's like in the Oklahoma. It's kind of like out in the country. So we were going to this wedding, and it was off-road a little bit, like a couple of dirt roads. And my mom used Google Maps, and it told her to get on this one road because it's a dirt road, and that's the only road that gets to the church. And my mom was like, "Yeah, I actually don't believe Google Maps. Like, there's no way it'd be on a dirt road." So she just she turned it off and drove around for like 30 minutes, getting lost, trying to find some other main road to the chapel. And it's like, oh my God. And I was like, "Mom, why?" And she's like, "Yeah, like, I don't always trust this technology." I'm like, "Mom, you've never been here though. You don't even have a map. What do you mean you don't trust it? It's more knowledgeable than you are right now." Like, it baffles my mind. And then there's a whole thing where like, my mom has autopay on, or she doesn't trust autopay. I do though, and she always criticizes it because it's like, "Oh, like, why do you have autopay on some of your bills?" And it's like, "Oh, it's just like easier. Like, I still pay manually, but if I forget, autopay is like the second barrier of defense for me, so I don't like get hit with late fees." And my mom just doesn't trust any autopay. So what my mom does is that she constantly she constantly gets late fees, and she always she mails in her bills too. So like, it also takes like shipping days. And I'm like, "Mom, like, you're paying like $50 extra every month because you do not trust autopay. You can barely trust yourself." Oh my God, I'm going on a rant now, but yeah, shout outs, Mom.
No, it's funny. My family's the same way. Not the late part, but now like the Xfinity thing, my internet, they give me $10 off for doing autopay.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, companies do that because like, obviously, like, they're guaranteed to get their money in a way unless you change something.
I wouldn't get in store. That's so obnoxious.
Yeah, these companies try to milk you dry, dude. Man, it's the worst. Which makes sense. Like,
the company's milking.
If I was a business, I'd want to do that too, though. Like, okay, if you were Xfinity, which we got to go back to One Piece here in a little bit, but if you were Xfinity, would you not want to rip your or inconvenience your customers to make more money? Like, I feel like you would.
No, that's fair, but like, it's the price. It's the thing that the company is undercutting their brick and mortar, but their brick and mortar doesn't need to care because their target demographic is the old people that don't use the internet and don't trust autopay, right? So they go into the store and they don't realize they're paying literally $40 more than me. Who I walked in, every other person with me over the age of 60, some of them came with their like 40-year-old daughters or sons to communicate like the situation. Yeah. They all left with the package 100%. Not me. I didn't, because me and my brother were just sitting there like, "Wait, what do you mean we can't just get the online? We just came in here because we wanted to get the router or the modem, because otherwise we have to wait for shipping. So we want to just pick up the modem because I wanted internet super quick, and then I'd buy my own modem later." And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be like 40% more." Like, why? Can you we want to give you our money so you can get the thing. And they're like, "Yeah, no, we just can't give you our company's prices." I was like, "All right, we're leaving, and I'm just gonna order the modem." bye.
Yeah.
And then we didn't use the modem. But
the only service that has been really easy is just OG&E.
What service?
OG&E, my electrical company.
Oh,
yeah. They're super simple though. Shout out to OG&E. Unless you live in a constant outage area, then maybe you don't like OG&E, but they're pretty good. So,
I mean, everyone has an outage area.
Yeah. So back to One Piece. Sanji,
That might as well be a 50-50.
Zoro, Stanson, and Goldberg come back with the dinosaur and firewood, and they end up cooking the food, and we just get a bunch of gags between Luffy and Loki, where Loki just, I feel him. I can't eat laying down. I don't think anybody can. He's pretty annoyed. Luffy spills soup on him. It's just a whole thing, and I really like it. Like I feel like this is we're witnessing Luffy's greatest power being activated, according to Mihawk, right? The power to make allies with those around him. Loki's really annoyed, but I feel like Luffy's growing on him a little bit, just a little by little.
This is the little brother. This is, you know what's going to be funny? We're going to find out this is how Loki was as a little brother, but no one could handle him, right? So like Luffy's going to be a refreshing, thing. He's going to like Harden seeing his older or his little brother who was a menace to him be not trivialized, but what's the word? Harassed by Luffy, and he's gonna see a new side to Loki, and I agree with you. Like, there's something like, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that my son harasses me and my wife all the time, but we love him to death.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. He harasses us to no end, and the thing is, it's lovable, right? And Luffy's gonna find a way to. Luffy always finds a way to harass people, and they're like, "Man, that guy's annoying, but I like him though."
He ain't that bad.
Yeah.
Like,
and
right now,
and the other thing is that no one would do this to Loki.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
No one treats Loki like this. So like that's also a new part, right? The only person who could probably give him this level of like grief would be his dad, because his dad would be probably stronger, older, whatever, but his dad wouldn't be like
spilling hot
giving him
soup on him.
first degree burns.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, if you were to put the God Knights and Luffy in a room and have Loki choose which one he likes more, he'd probably like Luffy more. Which, I mean, that's a low bar, right? Because the God Knights were beating him up, but yeah, I feel like Loki, I feel like he's having a great time despite how he's acting. Just also thinking about the fact that he's been tied to a tree for 6 years. Like, the guy's probably bored. But which also begs the question, where's his boys?
The animals?
No,
you're talking about the stinky people.
Yeah, his stinky people.
That's true. Yeah, where are they? They're probably scared.
Yeah, do you think they saw the God Knights beating up the animals and they're like, oh, guys, just keep on hiding behind this damn tree. Like, we do not want to come out right now.
Or they see that Loki's free and they're like, shit.
Yeah, I really wish we got... I feel like if we got the stinky people and Mosa in this chapter, not like Mosa, but like, Mosa's Den Mushi or whatever, if we got some clarity on those people, I think it would push this chapter like through 10 out of 10 in terms of like what we got. Because I feel like we do need more explanation on like the stinky people. I would love to hear more about like Mosa and who they are. Because while Loki kind of just calls him Shaggy or whatever, while we didn't get much information from him, maybe if another person hears Mosa, like Harden, maybe he'll be like, wait a minute, is that so-and-so? Right? Like maybe we'll like learn who that is off of Harden, which, speaking of Harden, he doesn't say a single word in this chapter.
Yeah.
He just hits us with the ... He's like Dragon.
Yeah. He's just the last thing he's about to do is kill this guy, his brother.
Yeah.
Which, now he looks kind of like a psychopath, right? Because it's like,
yeah,
he was literally about to just kill his brother, and Luffy had to talk him down. And his eyes look like he still wants to do it, to be honest. But people are laughing, people are smiling. Gerd is smiling, meanwhile, this guy was about to commit first-degree murder right here. It was definitely premeditated for many years. This is the opportunity. He's just been waiting for it. So yeah, Harden's in a weird spot. think I agree with you on the Mosa thing. I think the way I saw this whole interaction here was kind of like it's kind of like the cover story. This is like filler in the
Yeah.
sense that like um Oda needed to give us the setup to give us this flashback as a foundation for the conversation, because now we know that the flashbacks gave us, it was so short but it was so important, and it was framed by it is framed in a way that tells us why Loki carries himself the way has, especially in regards to Shanks. It gave us so much depth to Loki's outlook on the world, and also Shanks, and now Luffy, because Luffy, he like what he says is like, I suppose I understand how it feels to idolize a pirate you met when you were just a lad. So he knows that rocks to Loki, Luffy, Shanks, like that's the analogy. I said it reverse, but you get the point. And the things he said, king of the world, the Shanks beating him, another thing, like it's all so layered and so important. And now that we have that out of the way, next I think, like, a conversation like, hey, like if Luffy underestimates the Holy Knights, and it's like, they're probably no big deal. Knights, world government, sounds fun. And then Loki's just like, well, one of them is Shanks's brother, right? Now we have this foundation of explaining like the gravity of saying that, and what it means, and like having a conversation with Luffy, but then also describing, I guess, like we'll get more of like Loki and Shanks, like their comparison, because we don't even know, can Luffy, I mean, Luffy doesn't necessarily need to beat Shamrock, since Shamrock isn't here, but they don't know that, right? They don't know that. So it is interesting. I feel like next it would be nice to have like Amosa show up, or his crew, people show up to give us more context. That would be good.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree, actually. Like, the thing is with Loki, I feel like we look at him right now as this like destroyer in a way, but in reality this could just be how Rocks acts in real life too, like when we go to a flashback, because a lot of Luffy's personality is shaped by Shanks, so I bet the same can be said for Loki. Like we get that flashback and you're like, this is literally just Loki.
Like it's so Oda doing this, and it's like, you said it earlier that like, as it's not so crazy that you think it's an April Fool's thing, although some people would. It makes sense, but it was something that like you didn't necessarily expect. Maybe not even in this chapter per se. Like, it's just like an unexpected development, and it's so layered, because like you could also look at it like this too, like Shanks to Luffy. Well, Shanks was believed in Luffy for a multitude of reasons, but what he specifically said was, that's what Roger said. That's what my captain said. And so it sounds just like what, captain's dream, right? And the whole setup being that Roger was the Pirate King, and Roger, had this dream that we're still chasing, and Luffy is better suited to be the Pirate King than I am, which is something that we kind of have a questionable insight on with regards to Shanks, because when Shanks had kind of already gave up at the execution, we saw him say like, yeah, I'm not really doing that, and then Buggy's just like, wait, what? I believed in you, you know what I mean? Like, I gave up my stuff because I thought I was gonna follow you, like all that stuff, right? So that's a very interesting thing, and I'm not digesting it in this way just yet, but what would that mean for Rocks? If Oda is making the parallel that this is Loki's Shanks, is there was a theory before I forget when it came up, if it came up right when we started hearing about God Valley, or maybe in the Kaido flashback. Not I don't necessarily remember, but I remember hearing it. I remember thinking it. The possibility that Rocks and Roger were like on the same crew or something, like how Shanks and Buggy were or something like that. And I'm not saying okay, I dug myself in a hole with that comparison, but like how Big Mom and Kaido were on the Rocks crew, like at the same time, and then they, were prolific on coming out of Rocks' crew. Roger and or Kaido and Whitebeard. Like Kaido wants to kill Whitebeard and would have been an insane threat. But like Roger and Rocks being on the same crew would be crazy because we don't know where the Straw Hat came from. We don't know who the person is on Roger's flag. How does Rocks and Roger? Because the thing that Oda did say is that Rocks is Roger's first rival. First rival is very interesting because like how early does that span? Is that a childhood rival? Is that like something that the first rival he got on the seas as a pirate? Like there's a lot of nuance to that take, but like but there's a world where like if Oda's making the comparison of Luffy to Shanks and Loki to Rocks, is it possible that like um that the Rocks handled Loki in a situation, he meant the same. He had the same meaning that Shanks had, which is that he wanted to, in his own way, propel this youth to teach him about how to be a great pirate. And this is his way. And that's why he stabbed him. And Whitebeard's like, really? You pulled a blade on a kid? It's like, yeah, I'm taking him seriously. This is what the pirate world is like. This is how I was taught. You know what I mean? Like, it could be that. And that would be crazy because then it could lend us to not penultimate, but like a connection for Roger Rocks, where the Straw Hat came to Roger with, like just one more extension, which wouldn't be that crazy to think about, but would be really insightful again for Rocks as a character, Loki as a character, the dream, how to a dream that someone like Rocks and Roger could have the same dream and same meaning, but Rocks had a very different route. And even without that, like I was saying before, that Oda doing this is kind of like a filler, but like this was the main reason to do it, is because now everything that Loki says is now shaped or shapes our image of Rocks slash frames what Loki says by Rocks, because early in this chapter he says he wants to be king of the world. And we don't know what that meant, because when Sengoku said that, it's like, is that propaganda? Is that just an exaggeration? Did Rocks actually say that, right? And there's not many people that like say that phrase, and that phrase is a Rocks associated thing. So like, and now we know what Loki means, but also at the same time, when Luffy says he wants to be a great pirate and the pirate king, is it the same meaning that Shanks has? Or is it the same meaning that Roger has? And is the reason why Shanks not going there is because he doesn't believe it the same way as Roger has. So like that's why it's so important, because maybe Loki saying king of the world doesn't necessarily mean what Rocks does. Or maybe it does. I talk about how like, does Luffy really know Shanks fully as a child? He didn't even know whose crew he was on. Really. He didn't know who was with him on that crew. So like he said like Shanks never really talked about his family or stuff like that, or things like that. So it's kind of interesting. Like, is Loki another character that's just like following an image of Rocks, or did he actually know Rocks? Did he know a lot more than like a Blackbeard might? You know what I mean? We don't know how much Blackbeard knows of Rocks. But a lot of people say that he's following Rocks. But how did he know? How did he know about Rocks? We haven't seen him in proximity to him. So, or yet, so it's kind of interesting. It's all, Oda's a magician with this one, though. Oda's definitely a magician with this one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I love that Rocks is here. I'm glad that we have the parallel of, like, Shanks inspiring kids and Rocks is doing the exact same thing. I think that's what I really enjoyed. Yeah. And I wonder what it is about Rocks that made Loki like him. Because, I mean, like, looking at Shanks, for example, like, Shanks didn't do much at all. Like, he was just kind of at the bar and Luffy like hanging out with them. Like, it was nothing super deep, you know? It wasn't like Luffy was like, oh, I love his smile. I love his charm. I love how strong he is. He just thought being a pirate was cool, and Shanks was that pirate.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Film Red liked it to expand on that and give us like extra context that it didn't like, you know, it doesn't really fully make sense, even though like I guess we're supposed to think that's like canon. But yeah, like fighting. Like, did he see Shanks fight? No, right? Like, who did he fight? Right? Like, I think he believed that he was strong. Yeah, like he could easily take a Higuma. Like, I think Luffy believed that. Like, why didn't you just take him out? And it's like, you know, and the irony is that Luffy didn't respect that at that moment. The decision that Shanks did and chose and didn't stand on business the way that he thought a pirate should. Luffy didn't respect that in that moment. He didn't understand it at that moment, right? But he still glorified Shanks prior to that moment, and we don't know why, right? He still loved Shanks prior to that moment. So it's like, what did Loki see of Rocks that created a similar role model, or as Loki puts it, according to Viz, idolization, which is kind of that, you know, yeah, I guess Luffy does idolize Shanks. So, you know, it is interesting.
Yeah.
It is.
And the thing is, too, is that Loki still likes Rocks. Like, he still wish he were, like, you know, born in a different era just so he could join that crew. And we even see that, you know, Rocks is over here stabbing him in the back. Well, stabbing in the back. And then, of course, like, beating him black and blue. So it makes you wonder, like, does Loki like that? Does he understand it? I'm assuming he does, right? Well, yeah. Like, I was a brat. I wanted to join. He didn't want me to join. I lost fair and square.
Wait, Sai. Rocks stabbed Loki in the back?
Well, I mean, if you look at the panel,
sure
yeah,
about
he
that?
does.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, I oh wow. Let me look at the panel. Wow, yeah, it is in the back. It's funny because when I said that, people are like co-part or par. I'm like, what do you mean? It's there in black and white.
Yeah, I mean, the way Loki's laying, it doesn't make sense if it was his front. Like, it doesn't change anything. It could be like a Sasuke thing, or was it Itachi? To like teleport behind you and just stab you.
Yeah, but you know, ninjas are different than pirates, Sai. Don't you remember how Oda regards ninjas? Nin. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
just racist,
you know,
bar.
Whitebeard, famously, a man in this panel, no scars on his back, and that was an
That's just
honor.
Crazy work.
And wait, what? What's crazy work?
It's just ninjas being also different from pirates. They're the same in the end.
Nah, Oda tells us how he truly feels via the series. But I like to bring up an example. I tweeted it. I don't know if you saw it, but I brought it up too. The first person to exhibit a similar situation in chapter 11, I believe, which is, I think, phenomenal because that is that character's number 11. Zoro, who also, when he faced Mihawk, an honorable swordsman, said, Zoro puts his chest out, he knows he's getting defeated, opens up, and Mihawk goes, "What are you doing?" And Zoro said, I'm not going to take this dishonor. I'm going to take this honorably. Don't give me a cut on my back. I'm not going to let you do that. Blah, blah. And Mihawk's like, nice. And he runs in. He's smiling. He's like, this guy, this is how I know this guy's raw, you know? And so, you know, he cuts him. And even Arlong saw the aftermath of that front slash and was like, yo, this guy is insane, right? It doesn't matter if I'm a fishman that just infected skin and blah 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 blah, all the propaganda. No, this guy is scarier than me. This guy needs to be eliminated, right? And that character Zoro, one of the first fights we've seen him in, he gets stabbed in the back by none other than Buggy D Clown in chapter 11 in a similar position. It's like back, but it's like the side of torso. and it's like it's very interesting. It's like, dang, the
Yeah,
first character
this goes
to stab
back to
someone
one
in
of Par's long-running Ultimate Theory videos where he says that Rocks is a fraud.
Wow, I thought you were my friend, Sai. I
So
thought
if you
we'd
guys don't know
come
where
on
Par is
here.
going, he thinks that Rocks is super weak and that Rocks D Xebec can only win fights by stabbing people in the back.
Sai watched my entire video after the spoilers came out, and then comes on the stream and he's like, you know what, Par, I understand you. You could have explained this a little bit better, but I get where you were coming from and I see where the thing is. And then comes on here on his channel, and I thought you were gonna do me a solid. I thought you were gonna I thought you were gonna, be more welcoming to me. No, you treat me just like a side
As
road
Sun
piece, like the
Tzu says,
YouTube comments.
sometimes
Not
we're
Sun
hurt
Tzu.
by those we love the most.
I think Sun Tzu might have actually said that, actually.
Sun Tzu has said a lot of things in his lifetime. He has I have his book, The Art of War.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Love is War, an entirely different
Great anime.
art. Yeah. Great series that probably actually said what Sai just said about.
Yeah, the narrator says a lot there.
But no, that's not what no, you oh my god,
Par
that's not
just
what the video
does
is
not
about.
believe that Rocks is strong. So if you guys have heard people saying, oh, Rocks is weak, Rocks, Roger didn't actually fight him, he's a buggy guy, Rocks is a clown, just know it came from Par.
It did not come from me. That was the other part on stream. People said, so it was you. I was like, no, it wasn't. People thought Rocks was a fraud before me. They just used my video as an excuse to send to people and see, this guy thinks he's a fraud. I was like, no, I never said that.
If I type in Rocks is a fraud, your video pops up first, right?
Yeah, probably because the comments say it so many times that the SEO is not on my side. I probably
the title of your video says that Rocks D Xebec is a fraud. That's the title of your video.
Okay.
And the whole video is saying
originally...
that, dude, in the video, you literally have a line where you say Rocks is the same level as Higuma in terms of writing and strength.
No. That's
I can't
crazy.
believe it.
But I'm pretty sure I changed the title.
I was driving when I listened to it. I almost got into a car crash.
After I admitted defeat of trying to change people's minds, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with it, and I'm just gonna title the video "Rocks." I feel like the original title was super more because the video is about God Valley. I think it was God Valley is not what you really think. It was something like that, and that really is not a good word to put in a title. It's not as descriptive, so then I had to go for the clickbait, and it worked. It worked because you search up an agenda, and now my video shows up. So that's dope. You wouldn't have come across my video without that.
So your excuse is you love to clickbait.
I mean, you do too.
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't act like I'm. I was like, what? This is.
But what you're arguing that it isn't clickbait though because you believe that Rocks is a fraud.
No, wait, what? No, I just said it is clickbait.
Interesting.
But it's clickbait. It's clickbait that I could not avoid because it's a weird clickbait because it's something that I don't say. But somehow, 30% of the people come to that conclusion off that video. So I don't know if it's clickbait. Because if that's the conclusion people come, then that's not clickbait then. They got clicked on. They clicked and got what they got. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's not... Wait, no, it's not clickbait. I'm giving the people what they asked for. Oh, no, that's not good either. Hold on. Damn it! I should have consulted my PR before. It's It might be true. It might be true. Rocks may be a fraud. We don't know. we just don't know. Hey guys, do you know what Rocks looks like? I don't, because Oda's still silhouetting that. How about that, guys? How about, isn't it crazy that Whitebeard is in silhouette? We know what that guy looks like. Does Loki not know what he looks like? Surely he does. Surely he knows what. Imagine Loki doesn't know what Rocks looks like. Why silhouette him? That's crazy. How about we talk about that? Oda silhouetting people in 2025 for like 40 years now? That's crazy.
So you hate Oda.
Yeah, that's not where I wanted to deflect to, but like,
so
why
now
not?
you're blaming Oda for making Rocks a weakling fraud.
How do I dig myself out?
I remember like when I posted the spoilers, somebody they were having a discussion about Rocks being a fraud, and I think somebody mentioned your name.
Oh man,
and that was one of the reasons why I went back to that theory.
Get my name out of your mouth.
That was one of the reasons I went back. I was like, I gotta see this for myself. Like, what's happening here?
Damn, you don't remember my videos, Sai?
I remember your video. I just had to remember like was it truly my friend Par that said this? It's like finding out that
you're really collab with this guy?
It's like finding out your friend is like a serial killer. It's like, damn, it was him after all. After all these years.
You know what's funny about this too? You didn't really have two. We had just started collabing right around the chapter where this video got released. So like I catfished you. Like if you, I think there's an alternate timeline where if that video came out like a day later, a week later, and you saw that video, we might not have collabed. You would look back and be like, I can't collab with a Rocks fraud agenda guy.
Yeah, I can't be associated with him. No way.
Yeah, chapter 1055, I think, is like around when we started it, and this would be like 1056. And so I think I posted this around 1058, probably.
Yeah, I think we started our collabs around 1059, 1062. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, so now that you see Rocks beating a Kid Loki, do you retract your statement, though?
Stabbing him in the back. I think what's interesting is like Whitebeard a little bit. And it's like, yeah, because it's a kid. It's a giant kid, though. And it's not the blade part, but like Whitebeard was brutal too. I guess like Ace wasn't like, it's not a kid, but like, I feel like
what did Whitebeard do to Ace
was younger
that makes you think that Whitebeard is this brutal?
Beat him senseless? What do you mean?
Yeah, but like stabbing is like a little bit too far, right?
Yeah. I know that, but like what I'm saying is that no, I see. I'm not the severity. I agree with like Whitebeard calling that out. What I was saying was interesting is that I think like Whitebeard in comparison to like a Shanks character, if we were to make like a spectrum, right? It's not like Whitebeard's on the Shanks side. Whitebeard would still beat the brakes off of Loki. It's just not, the blade was too far. And the reason I'm saying that is because I think that there's like a commonality in how they like operate as a crew. Like they have a similar mindset, right? Like if Whitebeard had a Luffy type of thing like Shanks did, that's like the difference between Whitebeard and Roger Pirates, and like, the Rock side and Roger side, and it's kind of interesting. It's like the real parenting. I don't know. I feel like this is like the Asian parenting coming out, and then Shanks is like the Western parenting. I don't know. It's kind of coming out there.
Yeah,
but
I kind of see what you mean. I mean, Whitebeard seems like the nicest guy coming out of the Rocks Pirates, though. Like his competition's pretty tough. Like what, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Captain John.
Yeah, Big Mom wouldn't hit kids, right?
Yeah, Big Mom wouldn't hit kids.
Yeah, so Big Mom would be like furious about this, right? Probably.
Maybe. I mean, we don't know like when Big Mom developed that like mentality. Like, for all we know,
Yeah,
like, Big
yeah.
Mom's like the kid killer right now. And then she gets reformed
Yeah,
when
we
she
also
has like
don't.
a family.
We also don't, because like I was also saying like this moment is like the in between. This is like Shanks plus Higuma, because like Luffy got roughed up, and that was a lesson that Shanks didn't want to personally teach him, but like Luffy experienced by overextending himself in a pirate dispute, and so he learned that lesson. It just wasn't via Shanks, whereas like Rocks gave him that lesson all in one. And I almost wonder, because like Luffy deserved what he got from Higuma, right? Because it's like, yeah, if you run up on a gang, like, yeah, they're going to mess you up, right? Like that's just like, you know, like, yeah, like it's lame on the gangsters, but like it's also like you were trying to fight them and you were threatening them too. So like it's also kind of like, you know. And then also, if Higuma knew that like Luffy was associated with Garp, then it's like, yeah, you kind of would need to put him down. So it's like there's also that. But you know, without that extension there, you know, I wonder what Loki did to like, you fight me then. And then did Loki have to like, how much instigation did Loki have to do? You know what I mean? Or did Rocks just immediately whoosh, just do that and just put him down? Or did Loki like break something? Did Loki hit his ship? Did Loki does like Rocks has a straw hat memento, and Loki started like poking at it, you know what I mean? Like, would Shanks get angry if Luffy stabbed the straw hat? You know what I mean? Like that kind of instigation. Did Loki do that? Because, you know, maybe it's justified.
Or maybe Loki's just really annoying. Like, maybe like during the battle,
Yeah.
Loki's like, I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna give up. And then he's just like, okay, I gotta stab him, dude. This is
Yeah.
too much.
I mean, I mean, the backstory of Loki is that he's a career arsonist that like raids your village with animals. So like he's like a prankster, annoying person in the first place. So like there is like he.
To
like,
be fair, we don't know when it
described him
started.
No, we do. He said it was really young. The Giants.
Yeah.
at
Well,
the
I mean,
party.
he's young here too, right? Like, what if he only started acting like that after Rocks?
Oh, I see. You know what? That's also an interesting inflection point.
Like, he
too.
starts acting
because
out
like
because of Rocks.
yeah, because like Garp would 100%, and all scenarios look back at Luffy's childhood and say Shanks is the reason why you're a menace now. It's Shanks's fault. It's not me throwing you in a forest. It's not Dadan. It's not like you being in the slums. It's none of that. It's Shanks, right? So like it's kind of interesting that none of the Giants look back and like, oh, that Rocks guy was such a bad, you know, they didn't mention Rocks at all, which is interesting because like Rocks seemingly, you know, came to Elbaf, and we don't know to what capacity, right? Because like Shanks headquartered at you know, headquartered at
Fuchsia Village.
Fuchsia Village, which, as far as Elbaf goes, we don't know how important it is. We obviously assume that it's very important, and that like, you know, Rocks is probably here for something in regards to, you know, ruling the world, king of the world / Poneglyph / the One Piece. But we don't know the context of Rocks being here. But I would imagine that he would have left an impact on the other Giants, and to say like, yeah, ever since Rocks showed up, Loki has been a menace. He's a weird idea about Sun God Nika because of that guy.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Which, yeah, I mean, you asked a good question too, like, why did Rocks come here in the first place? Like, do you think there is a poneglyph here? But then again, like, if Rocks is anything like Roger, it could just be a thing where he's exploring. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be anything super deep. It could just be like, hey, Rocks just, he's like Roger, he likes exploring. Elbaf was just a stop on the way. It's like Luffy, right? Like, Luffy didn't have the idea of finding a poneglyph here in Elbaf. He just simply came here. It could be like that.
Well, I guess the comparison would be for the people that believe that Shanks. Why did Shanks choose Dawn Island to headquarters, Fuchsia Village to headquarters, right? That in and of itself is very odd, and still to this day not really explained. And he did in that first chapter explain like to Luffy, oh yeah, we're gonna move headquarters now, and he even Oda told us the direction, which I talk about in a video. But like, it's interesting. It's interesting for a lot of reasons, and a huge thing that to this day we don't really know is how much Shanks, especially at that time, knew about the Void Century like sinking stuff, because that would frame like, maybe he came here for a specific reason. I know some people believe that like Shanks went there for Ace, and he was looking for Ace, and he wanted to give the fruit to Ace, which that is very intentional, very interesting, and I don't particularly believe that theory, but like there's plausibility to an idea like that. But I just, because like the way Ace came about, it's like Roger kind of only told Garp and kind of couldn't really tell anybody else. And like Rayleigh said that they didn't talk in between Roger leaving and the execution. He said that him and Roger never spoke. So like that kind of tells you that at least Rayleigh didn't know about Ace, technically, or at least directly.
Yeah, and that's why the Makino theories are pretty tough.
The Makino theories? What do you mean?
Or like the whole theory, but like Shanks is like Makino, and that's why he goes there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Tough in a good way. Like that's why it has a lot of like plausibility to it.
Yeah. And so like, did Rocks have an agenda here, and was it ironically connected to the One Piece thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like there's clearly something important on Elbaf, right? Like the lore, the Harley text, like that kind of stuff is super important. But, you know, the coincidence of Shanks being there and Luffy being there and, you know, the fruit and all that stuff, you know, is like a crazy thing. And how much of it was premeditated / how much did Shanks like really know? And that same thing is like Rocks, like, you know, we don't know his connection to like Louis Arnaud or something like that. That would be an interesting route of like, oh, he's exploring something set out by someone before him. But yeah, we don't. I would like to know that, why Rocks was even here. Like if you ask Luffy why Shanks headquartered at Dawn Village, though, he wouldn't know, right? So I doubt Loki would know.
What if Luffy does know?
Yeah.
What if it's just one of those things where Luffy's like, yeah, he had a crush on Makino? Because nobody's really asked Luffy.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
It's like Robin knowing about the Alabasta poneglyph, we didn't know for like, what, 1,000 chapters?
Nah, that's different. No, that's different. You know that's different.
No, it's like they have that information, but they just don't tell you because nobody asked. Like, if one of the Straw Hats was like, hey, Robin, what was on that poneglyph? She'd tell him. Like, she's not keeping a secret from her gang. Yeah?
No, it's different because okay. I know what you're saying. And I know you know what I'm saying. But like what you're saying about no one asking Luffy about why Shanks is even there. It's Luffy. It's not relevant. Luffy always does that. Like Robin had many entry points to ancient weapons in Pluton in between Alabasta and Wano that like. It's in the same boat almost as like us not reading the poneglyph that they stole from Big Mom. Like we still don't know what's on that poneglyph. It's still in Brook's head. We still don't know all the news headlines apparently.
Yeah, but we could ask. I'm sure if one of the Straw Hats was like, "Hey, Robin, what is that?" She'd know. She'd just be like, "Oh, I'll tell you."
Yeah, but
it's like Sanji, right? Like if you ask Sanji, like, "Hey, Sanji, we really want to know about your family." I doubt Sanji would be happy, but he'd probably tell him, like, "Hey, yeah, my dad's an asshole." It's like Robin with the newspaper. Robin's like, "Hey, like Luffy, the newspaper just got printed. You wanna read about it?" And Luffy's like, "Nah, if it's important, tell me." And she's like, "Okay, cool."
So
it's like that, you know.
I know what you're saying, but here is where like it could have came up. And it didn't even need to be said out loud. When Robin's talking to Iceberg about Pluton, and they're dropping all the tea, Robin can be like, "What is this guy talking about? The Alabasta poneglyph said it's on Wano." And that could have been an like, there's many entry points to King in the conversation with King Neptune. Okay, so the Skypiea one tells me that, like, on the when she reads the Skypiea one and she's like, oh, like Poseidon's down there, just like how the Alabasta one tells us where the Pluton is. Like, there is many different entryways. It doesn't need to be I ask about this, right? That's not, no one, like, that's not something that, like, you know, Luffy's commonly confronted with, about the questionability about why Shanks headquartered at the thing, versus all of the times when ancient weapons are confronting the very active storyline and circumstances regarding Pluton. It's like, really, after all this time interacting with ancient weapons, we find out on Wano, she's like, oh shit, I knew about this since chapter 200. It's like, all right.
Nobody
fine.
asked, brother.
Fine.
It's as simple as that.
It is what it is. Hey, I sometimes I'm in the boat where you know, people would be like, yeah, Oda just making shit up. Oda just made some shit up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think there's a lot of things that Oda doesn't figure out until like the day of, where he knows he wants to do this. He probably has like 3 different options. He's like, okay, let's go with this one. But there could be a possibility where Luffy knows a lot about Shanks and he just hasn't said it yet.
Yeah,
because nobody really talks about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that would make sense in the Shanks situation. I just push back when you could put it with the Robin situation. That was different to me. With the Shanks one, yeah, I could see that. That would make sense. It's also like Luffy's character. He also doesn't know much.
And I feel like kids do that all the time.
I would imagine.
Like, you see 2 grown-ups together, you're like, you like her, huh?
No, you know what actually is a perfect equation, and this, everyone in the not everyone. My wife frequently asks me questions about, like, my best friends. Like, she'll be like, when we started talking, it was like the 1 year mark.
Yeah.
And she goes, wait, so like, what size birthday? And I'm like, I don't know. And then she's like, where's, like, not that I already knew this, but she'll ask me questions like, oh, like, how's your ex best friend doing? I was like, I don't know. And then it's like, where are they right now? I don't know where they live. Like, is the like, she is like, all these are my best friends, and she'll be like, so what you guys talk about? I don't know, just like, we just like sat together at a restaurant. And she's like, for 3 hours, and you didn't ask him like what he's what he does at work?
I feel like that's what a lot of guys are, you know, that's how guys operate. It's funny. I feel like I had this conversation the other day with my wife too. It's like, yeah, I don't know anything about you, Par. I don't even know your ethnicity, man.
It's not even that. It's just like, she has a certain expectation of, like, we sit together for X amount of hours, and she imagines I pull this information out. I'm like, girls talk to each other about crazy shit, and I listen to your and I'm not having that conversation with you.
Yeah. Like, I hanged out with a friend. Like, whenever I hang with friends, it's like, yeah, like, what do we talk about? It's like, oh, I don't even know. It's all like a blur.
And it's enjoyable.
Yeah.
I don't know
your
how
birthday,
to describe
Par.
it. Yeah. I mean, like, no, and the other part is, you told me, and I told you, and we forgot about it.
Yeah, it's just how it is.
Who cares?
Like, even like my cousin, right? Like, his birthday was the other day, and it's like, I forgot. Like, I got the Facebook notification for that, dude. You know, like, I'm not remembering that. Yeah.
Yeah, like, my wife will update me about my best friend. She's like, your best friend's skiing in Japan right now, and I was like, damn, that's awesome. She's like, you didn't know that? And I was like, why would I'm not like checking up on him? Like, what? And she's like, no, you just had to open up Instagram. I was like, I'm not. I mean, he also posted it later, so like, I'm not on there I'm not even on social media,
like
which is a
how
separate thing
families
for
are
me.
Sometimes they're like, hey, like, did you know your cousin did this? And it's like, no. Like, why would I know that?
Yeah. Like, I guess, like, for my wife, or like for girls, it'd be unfathomable if their best friend went, like, to another country or something and didn't tell them beforehand, and they planned and they talked about, like, all the little nitty gritty things that they do. And I don't care what hotel he stays at or what girl he met or talked about. I'm just gonna ask him like, yo, so you got a girl yet? And he's like, nah. And I'm like, all right, shit.
What game are you playing?
I'm not gonna ask him about the dates, you know?
Yeah, like I'd probably ask them like who they made in League of Legends before any of that.
Yeah. What games you play?
What games you playing, dude? You playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah. It's like,
yeah.
You know, how
I feel like you got to keep the conversation surface level at all times.
No, we go in depth. It's just not like that. It's in a different direction.
Yeah, like I'll ask him like, "Hey, do you like feet, brother?"
Yeah, no, and that's you're saying that as a joke, but like we can have that conversation normally. And the thing is, girls can too. But I feel like it's weird. It's weird. It's same but different. You know? Yeah.
Like I probably like if I had a guy friend, a best friend, I'd just be like, "Hey, like, what's your fetish, dude?" I'd probably ask that before, like, what's their birthday, or like, oh, like, what are you doing tomorrow? Like, where do you work? Like, yeah, no, dude, just like feet.
Yeah, and to bring it back to that stare's always so funny. I look to the side. Oh god. But to bring it back to why this is relevant, like that's the type of shit that I'd expect Luffy to know about Shanks. And that's the type of shit I'd expect Shanks to tell Luffy, like, you know, Shanks coming in and he sees Luffy with like talking to one of the village girls and he's like, yeah? And Luffy's like, what are you talking about, Shanks? I don't like girls. And then Shanks like, man, how are we gonna take this kid as a pirate? He doesn't talk about girls. All this dude talks about meat. This guy can't be an apprentice of mine. What the hell? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the type. When is this kid's balls gonna drop? You know, like that's
somebody must have made that joke before, right? To Luffy, like, Luffy, you can join the red-haired crew when your balls drop.
Yeah, and then he eats the gomu, and he's like, "Hey, Shanks, my balls dropped. I can't control it. What do I do? Is this what you guys are talking about?" And then all of them just facepalm, and they're like, "No, same, but different."
Yeah, he just becomes like a slinky.
Oh god, yeah, but like that's literally it. Like, you know, like Luffy to this day, like Luffy, Ben Beckman, Yasop especially, they're all like, "So Luffy, how many girls?" Luffy's like, "Girls? What are you talking about? I just like adventure." And like, oh god, we made a good, there's a good reason he's on the red-haired crew, you know.
Yeah. So speaking of the red-haired crew, you know, going over to Rocks and his crew, I have seen people saying that Whitebeard is Rocks' first mate, his right-hand man. How do you feel about this?
Makes sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad.
I mean, if you were Rocks and you had the cast of Rocks' crew, who is your first mate?
I think it'd just be Whitebeard, right? Like, unless it's like Wang Ji, you know, Silverax and all of them. Captain John?
But like, okay, I'm gonna use hindsight here and just be like, then Rocks was wrong. Right? Because like the fact that Whitebeard became the strongest man, that means you chose right? So like, you know what I mean?
No,
like,
well, okay.
You know,
but here's the thing, right? Like, we don't know what they were like on the Rocks crew yet. What if Whitebeard only became that strong? I mean, of course he did. Like, he became the world's strongest man after Rocks. But what if while Whitebeard was on Rocks' crew, Whitebeard was the weakest one? Like imagine he was the chopper of the crew.
No. I'm gonna say I'm bad with hypotheticals, and I can't imagine that.
No. Just
the chopper of the crew is a crazy.
Think about it.
What? No, I'm sorry.
We don't know what they're like.
Fathom
we don't know what they're. We don't know what they were like back 40 years ago. Like, yeah, nowadays Whitebeard is the world's strongest man. But what if back then? Whitebeard was the one like hiding behind door frames, like, ooh, like, you know, what if Whitebeard was the ship's doctor? And then of course Kaido, maybe he was the ship's Sanji, always simping over girls. Like, you don't know what they were like. And then Captain John was Zoro.
I never thought I'd ever hear you disrespect.
And then Rocks looks at
admiral like
Shiki.
this.
Rocks looks at Shiki, and he's like, there's my Frankie.
You're disrespecting Kizaru so hard. Do you know how much weight he put on young Whitebeard, bro?
Yeah, but
to say that Whitebeard has a world where he's Chopper like, and Kizaru was like, "Yo, this reminds me of young Whitebeard."
I mean, people probably say that about Chopper too.
Saying what about Chopper? You know, young Chopper. Oh, actually, no. You're right. You're right. No. You're 100% right. I think to this day, I'm more afraid of young Chopper than I am of today's Chopper.
No, like I'm just saying, like by the time there's like a 40-year time skip, I guarantee you there'll be at least one character that says, "Wow, Chopper in his prime was freaking crazy, dude."
I think. No, I feel like there's no going. Have you watched Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Oh, I hate that movie.
Okay, whatever. Fine. You don't like Asian people. That's fine. It won awards. It represented whatever. You remember what the lady, her circumstance was? It was that was her worst timeline, and every other version of her was a better. And then like the cope, and like when I was watching it, I couldn't help but bust out laughing. I think I remember pausing and laughing because like they used it as a positive. And I don't know if they were in the back like, oh, we cooked with this line. They told her like, but that means that no matter what you do from here, there's no going down from here. And I was like, that doesn't.
It's a good line.
That doesn't change.
It's a banger.
I like, you know, obviously I get the point of the movie, but it was just funny, and I feel like that's where Chopper's at. I feel like Oda, good time, I bad, all those versions of Chopper, there's no going down for Chopper, right? Like I feel like how can Chopper get worse? He can't get like weaker, and he can't get worse at medicine, right?
I mean,
like,
you can say that for all the Straw Hats. Like I think the Straw Hats are only going to get better from here on out. Like even like well past the series, like when we get to the One Piece and everything else, like we're gonna get stronger. It's only up from here.
No. Like Zoro in his bad timeline, he's like a bum, right? But like Chopper, it's like if he becomes like evil, he'll just become like Caesar and create like crazy weapons, and that'd be better. You know what I mean? That's better than when he's currently at. He like right now he's reactive. He's not like making shit.
Well, you don't know. Maybe
like,
Zoro in the bad time when he's having a good time. Maybe he's happy.
Oh, that was wholesome. You're right. Nah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
he's right. He's happy. He doesn't have to fight Nihon.
So it gets back to like the original point where you said that Whitebeard is the crew's Chopper. I don't exactly agree with that. I think Whitebeard, you know, he goes on to be the world's strongest man. So I feel like Rocks would choose wrong if he chose anybody other than Whitebeard as his right-hand man.
You know, the only way I get gaslit more is if the YouTube transcript says that it flip-flops the speaker and it says that I said that. In the transcript it goes like speaker 2 said Whitebeard is the Chopper thing, and there's like no, like it's written down that I said it first. That would be the only way to get more gaslit than speaking with you in a conversation from week to week.
What are you talking about?
Can you edit those transcripts? I might have just given you the craziest idea. I think you. Oh shit! I think you can.
I have no clue what you're on about, Par. I'm just trying to dispute what you said.
It's fine. You're right. Yeah, you're a
Whitebeard, right-hand man. I believe in it. Why not? There's no one better suited.
Whitebeard, I could definitely see a world where Chopper is Luffy's right-hand man.
I bet you could, Par.
I mean, it's kind of simple. It's the world where Zoro was Boogie's right-hand man first, which that's a real thing. And then in that world, we have the OG Chopper. The one that
God.
I don't even...
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen, look up the concept art for Chopper and the Straw Hat crew. And Chopper is like this weird humanoid tall creature. He reminds me of that long dog we saw in Long Ring Longland. But just imagine that, but like standing upright and of course like human sized. Yeah, creepy.
And yeah,
it's like a cartoon Chopper animal thing. And I think he was also like smoking a cigarette.
Exactly,
Yeah, it was
exactly.
just
That
odd.
Chopper
Was
could
he
be
also
right hand.
striped? I think he was striped too. Was he? I don't even think he was like a reindeer
He was a
Tanuki.
zebra.
Yeah, like I think he was like a
Was he-
zebra. Like I don't know. Like this feels like the giant fishman propaganda we talked about earlier. Like I bet his spit dissolves rocks, man. His farts
Spit
could just
dissolves rocks is crazy.
his farts were used in gas chambers.
You know, it'd be really funny if Chopper in giant form, his spit does dissolve rocks.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean that'd be kind of
yeah.
graphic. Like just imagine Chopper spits on somebody and they're like, "Oh, my skin," and they just melt to dust. That'd be a little bit too graphic.
You know, I
for
was
One
thinking
Piece.
about it while we were talking
maybe,
about
I
it,
don't know.
and kind of that's not that crazy because like
Maybe from the straw hats
our
too much.
spit, our spit is a little corrosive because it's supposed to be digestion starts with your saliva, so
Yeah.
it does have like the stuff to degrade things. But like our stomach acid is strong enough to like melt rocks, technically, right? Hydrochloric acid.
Yeah.
So like, if we were just like, you know,
It can melt
phlegm
everything
up a
but
little
corn.
bit. Yeah, yeah.
Corn
Yeah,
is
you
like the
can't
one
digest
weakness
corn.
of humanity.
Grass. It's not
Oh yeah,
technically a weakness.
grass.
It's
Yeah, grass. That's another thing that just
It's just that-
passes.
we would need if I think like I'm making shit up here, but cows have 4 stomachs, and I think it's because like we can't mix the acids required to digest both in one, because like then we get, it's kind of like you can't clean your toilet with like Clorox and the other thing, because then you create like mustard gas, right? And you know how like that, like there's stories like people like just exploded and died because like they just cleaned their toilet with that shit. Yeah, I think like that's why cows have 4 stomachs. I'm not saying that like if we combine the stomachs of cows they would become mustard gas bombs, but like I'm saying that for some reason they can't coexist. So like evolution.
Yeah. So
yeah.
the cows just have more yeah. They have more bacteria to
separate
break
stomach,
down grass.
yeah,
than
which we
humans do.
evolved to not really have.
Yeah.
And, we have
And that's
one
why if you
stomach,
guys
so
ever
it's
see a cow that's dead and fully expanded, never go near it.
yes, that is actually a PSA.
Yeah. I don't know how many people are
that's a
going to
true
walk by a dead cow that's like expanded like a balloon but never go near it, because that will actually kill you.
I mean, it's not just cows.
Yeah, I think it's
like,
most animals, right?
deers, bears. It's just deers are smaller.
Yeah,
but, like,
hippos.
Yeah.
But like if an animal has expanded, just be aware that's a ticking time bomb. That's like a Vietnamese IED.
I'm sorry. That sounded terrible. That I laughed at that, but it's because what you said on stream.
Is my
it's
people
'cause what you said
suffering
on
funny to you, Par? My people suffer from IEDs daily.
No, we were talking about the mythology. If like somehow minds were like in the medieval, like in ancient times, like the mythos, like telling kids like, oh, don't go out there because you'll just explode, and then like, but like minds are like a modern era thing, so it's just funny. It's just funny.
Yeah, if you could bring in one booby trap from modern day to the medieval era, what would it be? Would it be IEDs?
Oh, minds. Yeah, that's a good one, because like the stories.
The stories of that would be
The stories
crazy.
would be so yeah, because like you gotta think like you know like what's the one, the Saturn his like what's his monster called?
Yuki Ushioni.
Yeah, and the original thing is that he's supposed to like be off in the water. He's like a water monster that comes on land and like takes people, and it takes it for like the Umibozu or some shit like that. Like it's like a there's like a symbiotic thing, some stories like that. But he's on the water. But like the thing is, like you had to tell kids scary stories about the water so they don't just wander by the thing. Because even to this day, we have people just like disrespecting shores and oceans and just disappearing in water stuff because they don't just respect it. So you had to tell them scary stories, and that's why you have like those boogeyman stories about like the ocean or the forest, because people just disappear and die to random shit. So you have to scare them a little bit. Like, yeah, don't fuck around over there. Go take multiple people, and like don't eat random shit. Don't just go into the water because like a scary spider bull is gonna take you into the thing. Now imagine mines. if minds existed, the amount of the craziness of the stories would be insane. God himself, like, you know, like that would literally be lightning, like, you know, like, oh, Zeus will smite you. It's
Yeah, so
like
essentially IEDs would keep medieval kids out of the forest.
out of everywhere. They wouldn't be able to leave home. They're in the
How
plains,
about
the
like,
flatlands, the
what about a
forest.
voice recorder? I think that would also be kind of cracked in the medieval era. Like you record voices and then you play them like in the middle of the night, and then people would be like, "Whoa, oh, it's a demon, it's a ghost," and it's just you with the voice recorder.
I guess they kind of had that right. Like they were like, oh, I mean that's like the dials in One Piece. Like they
Yeah,
had the thing where it's like you speak into the shell and then the shell like captures
yeah,
your voice and
exactly.
steals
Yeah,
you. Yeah,
yeah, that would be
yeah,
scary back in
yeah,
the medieval era. What else would be scary? I
yeah.
guess flashlights. Flashlights would also be really terrifying.
I don't think flashlights would be that terrifying.
You don't think so?
No, because I think like a lot of the stuff that they say kind of sounds
I mean, they have like
like a
lanterns
time
and
traveler just had a
torches.
flashlight. Yeah.
What
No,
about
but like when they say like, oh, this guy wielded the light of God, it sounds like a time travel just had a flashlight back then, like, and it did no different, just illuminated shit.
What about like a rocket launcher?
Obviously,
You think they'd be afraid of that?
I think, what would be a crazy? I mean, like cell phones easy, right? Like, but like it wouldn't work because you don't have like satellites to give you internet, so you just have like a brick that like lights up. You can't charge it really either. Mines are kind of explosive or just they're just OP.
Have you ever watched
Guns?
Gate Isekai?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
kind of like
random
that.
one.
It's not like, I mean, it's you know, it falls in line with this hypothetical here, or this question.
Yeah,
Because in Gate
yeah. I was
Isekai,
thinking
it's not a good anime, by the way, for anybody who wants to watch it. It's not amazing. I think there's like 2 seasons, three
it had a
seasons.
good premise.
Yeah, essentially humanity, like Japan, one day got invaded by an isekai fantasy world. Like literally gates popped up and armies of orcs and goblins and knights and dragons came out. And I think for the first 30 minutes, they kind of like ran rampant in Japan, killing a lot of people. But the minute like the army mobilized, they just shot through all their shield. Magic didn't matter. The dragons like just died from like bullets and rockets. Like you have like a bunch of orcs
Yeah.
and they just get gunned down. And then eventually the Japanese defense force goes into the fantasy world and they just start slaughtering them. Like they don't stand a chance. But they're like, oh, but
Yeah.
the shield, it could block fire from dragons. But it couldn't like block an AK. It's like, okay, there we go. It's like, you know, like
I forgot
kinda
about
funny.
this one, but like you said gate and like I had PTSD almost. And the main character's like oh man,
Just a regular
that era
guy.
of Isekai was toxic. It was the gate era. I mean, technically solo leveling was in that era of well, like the portals, the gates.
Yeah.
There was a lot of those. It was the same time that solo leveling was out, I think, or coming out, that after solo leveling started, then a bunch of gate isekais came out, and that was one of them. And it was the Japanese defense force, which is like insane. We followed this like non-charismatic, like super low energy main character. I feel like that was just like had insane
Very
like
milk toast.
yeah, and yeah, I was thinking recent like slime isekai, the reincarnated slime. Shit, is this spoilers?
No, go for it.
Oh no, I think the anime is a no. That's a jobless. But in Slime, the character brought a gun. There's a character that like made a gun, and like and they have insane magic. They can blow up shit and do crazy
Slime
shit all
Isekai?
the time. Yeah, Slime. And then the character had a gun, and in the story, the gun was like an insane assassination tool because like for most people, even with magic, all this stuff, the gun was like instant death, and it looked like you just died from like a pinpoint hole. And the way they described it was like, you know, that is kind of true. Like, you know, like for them, it's like, yeah, this explosive mashup, there's an incantation, there's a like, you know, spell person, there's a monster orc that's winding up for attack, and then there's a guy who just died from like a hole, and you just like see it. But then they explained how the gun part worked, and it made a little bit more sense why even Slime Dude was like, wait, how did this work? But yeah. So yeah, guns would be insane for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
be kind of nuts. Like
Explosive guns.
in the One Piece world, guns are kind of like nothing, unless you're Yasop or Van Augur.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it because it's like if guns were that prominent, like why even need a devil fruit? Just like imagine if you didn't need Haki to hit a Logia, you could just gun down Ace. Like imagine Ace starts flying in the sky and just shoot him down. Like I got him, guys, I got him. He was kind of slow.
It's like I recently saw the superhero movie. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
It was like when all the superhero movies are coming out, and then the Drake Bell made a spoof, and he was the dragon fly man, and it just reminded me of that. I forgot what Professor X. He did some crazy shit, and I think he just died. A lot of the characters just like died from their own superpowers, which is like real.
I think,
but like,
I think it was a Deadpool movie where they like bring in a bunch of like side characters. They're like, like I'm gonna get my own Suicide Squad, and then all of them just like ended up dying 2 minutes in.
Yeah,
like they just get blown up. I think one falls in a
like
wood
that.
chipper, and it's like they just kick the bucket. like imagine One Piece, but if like it was realistic, right? Like
Yeah.
I think we'd probably just
Ace burns himself.
he would burn himself. I think we'd just die a log town. Like the Marines chase us and we just get shot.
Yeah, Luffy has to activate his rubber powers. He forgets to, gets killed.
Yeah, nobody really pays attention to it, and I think that, like I said, it's fair because it's an anime and it's fantasy. But like imagine if everybody had good aim in One Piece and nobody shot like Star Wars, Star Troopers. Like they actually like imagine Zoro's fighting at Onigashima and the Beast Pirates just shoot him in the leg. He's like, oh, my knee, and then they just proceed to just keep on shooting Zoro, and he just can't block every round. It's like, oh, he's just cooked, I guess.
Yeah, he'd need the Hyuga. He'd need the Byakugan level defense, 72 trigram.
But even
whatever.
Neji had like a weak spot, a blind spot. Remember that?
Yeah.
He had like one,
Yeah.
like a cone on the back of his neck that you could just always snipe out. Which I don't understand why that exists. Yeah, that was a crazy fight back in the day.
Yeah,
Neji versus
was.
Oh, I forgot his name. The spider dude. Kidomaru. Kidomaru. Yeah. He was just like, oh, Neji reacted 0.2 seconds slow when I shot him from this angle. That must mean there's a blind spot there somewhere. And it's like, what? How did you... Okay.
This guy's big brain, bro.
Yeah, I was like, how did you figure that out in like after 3 shots?
Yeah.
It's like a Hyuga secret.
We need him versus Luffy to figure out the Gear 5 weakness, honestly.
Kidomaru versus Luffy. I mean, he's essentially just a Saturn type character in a way. Just giant spider.
Yeah. Saturn needs to run it back with all the spider hybrid characters in fiction.
Yeah, like
Spider-Man too.
Kidomaru had this cool ability where like he cut this giant spider in half and like baby spiders came out. Like imagine if Saturn did that. Yeah. Like Saturn grabs a knife and then like he actually like kind of seppukus, right? Just starts stabbing himself, but like mini spiders come out of him. Like we need that.
Yeah. We actually presented that idea while it was happening. And Saturn somehow found a way to still disappoint us when our bar was that low.
Yeah. I mean, we even had a theory about Saturn where he would shoot webs out of his ass, but that never happened. Like anywhere.
Man. I just wanted webs.
With the anime, I think that they can go really hard with Saturn. And if they add extra scenes in, I think I would want like some web slinging.
Dude, that would be the best anime retcon. I would not be upset if like their cutscenes or whatever they added like when Saturn gets up from the rubble, he uses spider web to get up like a spider would. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I would not be upset if they just completely added that, because Saturn's dead now, so it doesn't matter if they added webs.
What if here's a good one with Saturn, but imagine a Marine soldier's on the island of Egghead and he's near cannonball fire and his shirt gets blown off. And there's just a Marine soldier with no shirt just running around and he's like, man, it's cold here. And then Saturn sees this guy and Saturn says, by subordinate. I'll give you a new shirt. And then he shoots out webs, and then he like uses the silk to create a shirt.
See, I thought you were gonna say like, what if we see like Saturn saving Marines by yanking them with his butt webs? But yours is arguably worse.
Mine is utility based, but it shows the mastery of his silk though, and how cool his silk is.
No, yours is Kinemon. Like your like. I don't know how you managed to make Saturn's power as terrible as.
I mean, he can do
Kinemon,
everything else. I'm just saying this is an addition, right? It's like
ironic?
Law. I would compare this to Law and how Law can do like 50 different things. This is just another thing in Saturn's bucket. He can make clothes.
Yeah. No, I think you just found a way to make Kinemon's power worse.
Thank you.
Because the reality is that Kinemon's power is temporary still.
Yeah, and then Kinemon loses to Papagoo.
And Saturn. The thing is, I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I'm like now, it's like because I mean we don't know that's devil fruit power, but like there has to be like a crossroads where if he just believes it's possible, it's possible. Does like Saturn not know that spiders shoot webs? Like, because like the whole thing about spiders is like that's like the steel strength, the stronger, 100 times stronger than steel.
Oh yeah, if only it was
thinner.
like that anime Terraform Mars. If you ever watched that.
We always talk about.
Yeah, it's like Terraform Mars, where like they whip out the most obscure facts about animals. And they're like, yes, the eel from Pakistan actually shoots at a voltage of 55,000 volts, but it also is really toxic. Like, imagine if we got that for Saturn. Like, oh, yeah, Saturn's abdomen actually is able to produce the finest silk China's ever seen. Oh, and then, like, maybe he creates clothes, and then the same Marine, he gets his shirt blown off again. The shirt made by Saturn, but just like Saturn, it has the properties of regeneration, so he never loses his shirt ever again.
Or it's like bulletproof now.
Yeah.
He can survive a buster call with that shirt.
Would you wear a shirt made by Saturn, but you would have to live with the fact that that shirt came from his ass?
Yes.
I think I would too, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
that's what they did back in the day.
Yeah.
There's
nothing wrong with that.
It's just a spider. Like, don't think about it too hard.
It's the closest thing to butt stuff that I'll ever get to, but like, I mean, we accept crazy stuff. I mean, some people eat cat poop as coffee.
Oh, I've seen that. It's expensive.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna do that. That's not for me.
So back to One Piece. Loki says he was born in the wrong era, meaning that he really wishes that he was a part of Rox's crew. Loki on Rox's crew, I think that'd make a huge difference. Like the Loki of today, of course. And it got me thinking, like, what would it be like if Luffy was on Shanks' crew? Because Luffy wanted to join Shanks, right? Until Luffy, before Luffy became his own pirate, he did want to join Shanks. He wanted to go and sail with him. Like, if we had current day Luffy, forget the Straw Hats, but just current day Luffy on Red Haired's crew, same fruit, same everything, Shanks would be Pirate King, wouldn't he? Like that's the hypothetical of like, you know, Shanks plus Luffy. No, you don't think so?
No, I don't think so. I think Luffy would be worse off joining Shanks' crew. And I think that's why also Shanks ultimately like wanted to deny him once he saw more potential / devil fruit / like, you know, Luffy's aspirations.
No. I'm ignoring the aspirations and everything else. Like just the Luffy up to date, just copy and paste. Like forget how Shanks feels about everything else. Just like like just put Luffy up to date on Shanks' current crew. Ignore all like the like how does Luffy feel about this? How does Shanks feel about that? What's the dream? Like if Shanks was gunning forward the One Piece like he is right now, and you just put Luffy on that crew, gear fit and all.
Oh yeah, easy done.
What about?
Yeah, I mean, like unless like Blackbeard consolidated with like Buggy, like somehow.
Yeah, I was about to say like, and then I guess the modern day equivalent would be to put Loki on Rocks, or not Rocks, but Blackbeard's crew.
Yeah. Loki would be nuts.
Yeah.
In all regards.
Loki with
like the thing is like what's funny is that this Loki, who do you wow, I didn't even think about this. Who do you think is strong? Oh, wait. Do we know?
What's
We
up?
don't know what. How long ago is this? How old is Loki?
We don't know Loki's age. Oh no, we do.
This
Uh,
we do. So this is like 60 years ago, right? Because Big Mom's flashback was 68 years ago.
I think this is probably like 50 years ago because Loki is
Oh,
63,
right. Age difference.
and then Giants
Right.
age 3 times slower. So
Right.
since he looks like he's maybe 5 or 8, he's probably 16 or 20 here. About the same age as Colin is today.
Yeah. So, and then when did Kaido join Rocks? It was when he was 15?
I think so.
And so the question, because like this has to be obviously before God Valley because Rocks, there, blah blah. So if Kaido's on Rox's crew, who wins, Rocks or Kid Loki? Not Rocks. Sorry, Kaido. Kaido, not Kid Kaido, but like
Kid Kaido.
Young Kaido.
I think Kid Kaido would beat Loki, even though like put them as the same age or same age relatively since he's a giant. I think Kaido would win, just the experience that Kaido has. Because Kaido was like a mercenary since like a baby. Yeah,
we don't with Loki. It's interesting, but like, it's pre-dragon fruit. Technically Loki had Ragnar, but that would be. I would actually.
Well, Loki.
Dang,
well,
that would
Loki
sick.
didn't have Ragnar in that flashback.
Did he not?
No, he
has
the
it last time.
No.
Oh yeah, he just has the oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, even last time we saw Loki as a kid, he also had the Kanabo.
Thing. Dang, it would have been sick if Rocks goes like instead of fighting him here, he goes, Kaido, you go. That would have been
be interesting.
That would have been epic. What?
So do we know when Kaido first got the Kanabo? Did he always have it? Because imagine if Rocks beat Loki and took his Kanabo and gave it to Kaido.
That would be wild.
Yeah, like
I think he had the Kanabo. Let me
okay. I think Kaido had the Kanabo back in Vodka Kingdom, but if he didn't, maybe Rocks gave it to him. He beat Loki up and stole his valuables. Kind of like the opposite of Shanks. Shanks. Okay, he did.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I thought that'd be a lot kind of fun though. Just like, by the way, Kaido's just wielding Loki's weapon.
Yeah, he showed up on Hachinosu with the thing. He's so strong. Who is this guy? 44 years ago, that's when Kaido joins Rocks. So we don't necessarily. Maybe it does. Does it line up? No, it can line up right with this kid Loki. He has to be younger.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. So this is before Kaido joined the crew. That would have been sick, though.
That'd be fun. I mean, it would fit in with Rocks' character, too.
Yeah.
Also,
that would. Dang.
Looking at Rocks' eye, guy looks like a madman.
Yeah, it's funny that Oda gave the emu treatment, silhouette plus eye.
Yeah. Silhouette plus eye. Eventually we'll know what he looks like, but not today.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll learn what Rocks looks like here in Elbaf? Or do you think that's going to be like next island shenanigans? Or like post Elbaf shenanigans?
You have Scopper. I feel like
Scopper could give it to us.
Yeah. I feel like
honestly
there's so much that Scopper can give us.
Yeah.
And Oda had a perfect opportunity with God Valley, and he held off on literally Scopper's side of the story, right? Which is Roger's side of like, how he got there / the fight of God Valley. And we have a character that, participated in that fight. So like, I feel like it's now or never, right?
There's
like,
so many characters here that could give it to us too. Like not even just Scopper, right? Like ignore Scopper, ignore Loki. I think most of the giants would know what Rocks looks like because they're, they live so long. Like we could get.
That's true. And even
think about this. We got things from Road. We got things from Goldberg. What if Stanson gives us the Rocks D Xebec flashback in the reveal?
I mean, he did give us Rayleigh, so like maybe he gives us even more lore.
Yeah.
Stanson, according to the refresher, probably not.
Yeah, like you're right. No. I like this theory of yours. Like you're right. Stanson gave us Rayleigh's introduction, so Stanson could give us a Rocks D Xebec introduction as well.
Bro, when you said you're right, you sounded like Asmongold for a second. That was crazy.
Shut up.
No, you're right. Yeah.
No, you're cooking. But yeah, like your favorite character Stanson could give us another one of your favorite characters, the fraud Rocks D Xebec.
I just thought how hilarious it would be if like Makino, what's the guy's name? Whoop Slap, and like maybe the Don didn't it really interact, but like they all remember like Luffy's childhood and they silhouetted Shanks.
That'd be so funny. like imagine oh dude.
What did he look like again?
I would love if every flashback we get a silhouette of a character we've already seen before, just for fun. Like imagine we get like a Garp flashback and they silhouette Ace. Like there's a kid talking to Luffy and it's just Ace, but we don't see him.
We see a hole in the center. That's just like how Garp remembers it. That's his like last memory of Ace. So Oda just silhouettes him with the donut.
Yeah.
Oh god. But on the silhouette eye thing, I think someone said it. I didn't address it on the stream. But Oda obscures his eye, one of his eyes.
Yeah.
And people, I think someone said on stream eye patch ? And I didn't like confront that. What do you think? What do you feel about eye patch rocks?
Eye patch rocks. I like it. We will have to meet an eye patch character. I still think Joy Boy's the main candidate. But with rocks, the problem is that we've seen two other silhouettes of him where they don't silhouette the eye. Or like they don't give him an eye patch. Like the first one, the ominous one where he's like smiling at the camera. You don't see the eye, but like his eyes aren't covered.
Yeah.
And then same with the one with the Kaido thing, right? Kaido's imagining his top 5. There's no eye patch on rocks, and there's no room for an eye patch on rocks either. So while I do enjoy the eye patch 3 for him, I don't think he's gonna be that guy.
Yeah, it would be crazy work if Kaido's, because my thing about the silhouettes, and I've said this so many
Kaido
times,
and Sengoku gave it to us.
Yes. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Sengoku, but Sengoku was telling a story that wasn't his. So like, and the reason why I say that,
but surely Sengoku saw rocks at one point.
Right. So that's where it discounts what what matters here. But what I firmly believe, and I still see people talking about silhouettes like this, and or like debate, like, laughing, but like I think especially now it's like the silhouettes / like when Oda's obscuring something. Like this one is a little bit like Oda's obscuring it for us.
Yeah.
Loki knows what Whitebeard and what's his face look like. But the reason why the silhouettes are accurate is because Loki knows what they look like. And when the silhouettes are goofy, it's because the character doesn't know what they look like. And so, like, and a great example of that is the Sengoku to Kaido thing is that, like, or even Garp, you could say when Garp gave us those silly silhouettes, right? And this is like the hardest one to cope for because of wanted posters. But you could say that Garp hadn't seen these people in that long, so he just like is like a Luffy brain person. This is what he thinks they look like now because he hasn't seen them. Maybe they're wanted posters but like we can't really say that because like we've seen their wanted posters. It's pretty goddamn accurate. Garp is just never looking, I guess. But like we get like Yosuke, or Johnny and Yosuke.
Yosaku.
They're thinking about the Yosaku. There we go. They're looking at, like, they're saying the warlords, right? And they think that all the warlords are swordsmen, and so they have like a Wano thing, and they just saw Mihawk, who was a warlord, so like it's odd because like they mentioned Jinbei, who's like Fishman, and like Jinbei's like a known person, so like it's funny. But the Sengoku to Kaido one is like Sengoku wasn't like chasing rocks like that, but also he wasn't at God Valley, so that silhouette of Rocks at God Valley would be more obscured because he's getting that information from Garp. So it's like a separation. But like you said, he should know what Rocks looks like. He's a fleet admiral, for God's sakes. Now it'd be crazy if he didn't know what Rocks looked like. Yeah, from that era. And then and then Kaido, the reason why his silhouette is more detailed is because he was on the crew, so he knows what he looks like, right? Versus if you had a character that wasn't, like some guy on Hachinosu that just landed there and heard about Rocks, you get like this amalgamation freakazoid, right? Kind of like I always bring up Barto. Barto's silhouette of Sengoku and Suru looks like the scariest characters in One Piece. And it's funny because we know what they look like. We've seen them for years. And then Barto's like, oh my god, the Vice Admiral and the Fleet Admiral, ex-Fleet Admiral are on the way. And you just get these like emu-ish, ghoulish looking silhouettes. And to us, it's hilarious because like, that's not at all what they look like. It's two old senior citizens. Like, yeah, they're strong, but like they don't look that crazy, Barto. And it's because Barto's never seen them, right? So, you know, which is also funny because Sengoku is at Marineford. So like, unless Barto just didn't look at the TV, you know, I don't know how he would have that image of Sengoku.
I mean, that's a silly thing to say, Par. Like, I think you're forgetting the fact that people blink and they can't see things when they blink.
Shit, I forgot about blinking.
Yeah, it's okay. I forgive you for that one.
Yeah.
I don't think you blink at all. That's why you can't relate. Your Par vision is always activated.
I'm glad I held my tongue. I was waiting for the positive.
I got you, dude. I'm right there with you.
I thought you were going to like the call center direction. I was
Dude, that's just racist. That's crazy, man.
Wait, the call centers?
Yeah.
The call centers, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not the hypothetical.
Let's
thing
not
that
stereotype.
I was racist.
So we go on and we see Dory, Brogy, and Scopper fighting the nightmares. And there's a lot of them, right? We saw last chapter that they defeated the Draugr, they defeated the Ghost, they defeated Loki as well, but here they are, still fighting these same monsters. It looks like they are plentiful. There's more than just one of each. And I feel like it's just going to be that way until they defeat Killingham or Wake Up the Kids. It's just going to be endless.
Yeah.
Endless spawn of nightmares. And it's funny because like last chapter, they were like really strong, but now they're just kind of getting whooped, right? Like they're just running him over, cutting him in half.
Scopper. Yeah. At least like this ship is way different than the fire ship that they had, the fire station ship. But yeah, I mean Scopper. I feel like, Scopper kind of says it. They're mainly weak because it's the kids' imagination. So
yeah.
It's foreboding to see. Like you say that like this might allude to the fact that we'll see the real versions, whether later on here or later. But there's also a world where like, you know, the knocked out giants, technically Killingham could spawn their dreams. We saw a few injured and wounded from the first Draugr, which is insane. That tells you the gap between Scopper. It takes like 15 giants to do what Scopper does with like one hand. And so I threw out the word number 15. I don't know what the actual number is, but there are giants that are downed and need to go to the nurse's office. And so they're downed and they just got defeated by a Draugr. Surely they're like, you know, it's like if you got punched by Mike, if you got one tap by Mike Tyson, you lost a battle to Mike Tyson. I'm pretty sure he'd show up in your nightmares and beat you up too. So then it's like perfect. Killingham would like take out the adult version of a Draugr now. So like the more casualties there are from these monsters, it's kind of like nightmare fuel for Killingham to then bring out the real versions, possibly. And that could be the cycle that Scopper and the giant pirates find themselves in, is that the lower they are in defeating them, the more casualties that accrue, the worse off, like the stronger the zombies essentially get, which is, you know, interesting. But what's it called? Let me see the dialogue.
Yeah, what does it say on
Vase? Yeah, that's exactly. Scopper says, "Good thing these things are just how the kids imagine them." And then it almost doesn't sound like he's saying it here. He said, "So they'd be tougher to beat if they were familiar with the real versions, huh?" And then someone's, well, I guess we could, Gyahaha. That's Scopper's laugh, right?
Yeah.
Gyahaha. Yeah, because it's him. So he said, "That's the last thing we need." So that's Scopper. Someone else responds, then him, right? And then in the Viz, it says, "Good thing these things are based on child's imaginations." And then I guess someone says, "Would they be stronger if the kids knew the real thing?" And then he goes, "I'd rather not find out." Yeah, ha ha ha. So it's almost like it's almost more like the Viz is like more of a red, not a death flag, not death flag, but like a red flag for that situation. Like he's almost asking for it, I feel like. Would they be stronger if the kids knew the real thing?
Yeah, I don't think Killingham's going to pull out the real thing. I feel like this is just opening the door for the real things later on. Like maybe some of the Gorosei, maybe God Knights even, or just like Void Century. I think this could just be in the Void Century First World.
I mean, here's nightmare, like, if Sai has nightmares about sewer babies, which we've talked about at length at this point, I don't know what you would draw. And I wouldn't go like, "Oh, damn, good thing Sai's never seen the real thing," because that's not a real thing, right? What am I going to pull up? The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? Okay, Sai part aside, when he goes, "Would they be stronger if the kids knew the real thing?" That it's implying that the real thing exists.
Yeah.
So like the Fenrir, Jormungandr, Draugrs, that's kind of saying whoever's saying that has like if I was a giant there, I was like, "Brother, what do you mean the real thing? You know these are childhood stories, right? Like the Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus are not real." And it's like, what do you mean they're not real? But like the way he's saying it, and there's no pushback. Even Scopper's like, "I'd rather not find out." And it's like, it's almost like Scopper's co-signing that like the real things do exist, which we can't, like Loki, he's real. Nika is real, right? Like we know that those stuff are real. So like the other ones, like Sai saying, it's like, yeah, I think the real things do exist, and it almost sounds like the giants have experienced the real things, which is kind of scary. Like, where are they?
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's like and we know mythological creatures exist in the world of One Piece too. Like what is it? Like the Cerberus. Like the notions of all these things are there. Like Dr. Hogback, he didn't just create like, a three-headed dog that's technically a chimera because it's a fox head. Doesn't matter, but it's supposed to be mimicking a. Like I said that I was like, yeah, remember guys, we saw the Cerberus, and somebody was like, actually, that was a chimera. It's like, okay, cool. Like they said that to him too, and you hurt the dog's feelings.
You got one guide. You got one guide so hard right now.
Yeah, I got like, one guide. One guy was like, actually, we didn't see a Cerberus. He was a chimera. Okay, cool. You're like, who cares, man?
You said
it's the same thing,
but actually, it's a chimera. I was like, that's not Sai. Someone
somebody one guide me on that one.
Yeah, oh god,
it's like sure, but like I mean, you get what he was going for, and I think Robin also said that too. Robin was like, "Oh, it's a fox head, so it's not." It was like, and then the dog got sad, and we're like, "Whoa, Robin, chill." All right, Robin, wait up.
I guess.
But yeah, I do think we will see the real versions, and it doesn't have to be with the God Knights or like this day. I feel like this could be like first world, second world shenanigans.
But you don't think that do you think that they're on Elbaf?
No.
Okay, yeah.
They could have been on Elbaf, but I don't think they're here.
Yeah. I think they could have been. I think they existed. I'm all for that. But it's like a different breed of energy to like tell the kids to write your worst nightmares, and half of them exist like within a spitting distance. Like they just go up one level, and then like all of their nightmares are just like in the heaven realm or something.
Yeah, no way.
It's like, yeah. Because that'd be like that, like the It clown. You know what I mean? The reason why that's scary is like clowns are real, and that's why people are scared of clowns, right? But
a lot of people have like clown fetishes though.
And those are the people we ignore, like you said before.
No, they matter.
No, they. Whoa! I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to strike so close to home.
Yeah,
The way you looked at your wife,
you,
I'm not gonna assume anything.
you're stepping on toes here, Par.
You already brought role play into this. You said you role play as a celestial dragon last week.
No, I said it would be fun to.
No.
I said it would be fun to.
No,
like if I went to Anime NYC, I'd probably buy like a celestial dragon cosplay.
The context of what you said role play in, you could have said cosplay. You said role play, and you. All I'm saying is that this is one of those.
Par's mind is just always in the gutter. I just don't understand this guy.
No, what do you mean? You literally said clown fetish. I didn't bring us there. You brought us there.
Yikes.
Yikes.
Par is just always kind of unhinged, to be honest.
Speaking of wet dreams, what do you think Scopper is afraid of?
Like monster-wise?
Like if Scopper were to go to sleep,
yeah,
and Killingham pulled out his nightmare, what do you think he sees?
What would he see? Maybe himself. We are typically our own worst fears. The anxiety, depression, failures in life, regrets.
Okay.
I feel like most of the time people are just afraid of the worst versions of themselves. Like maybe Scopper has deep regrets about Roger, like I wasn't there for him. I could have taken him to another doctor. You know, like maybe I wish I could have changed the world. Maybe it's just him.
Well,
typically we are our own worst enemies. It's like depression, right?
I was asking because I was gonna say, like, you know, we talk about Scopper's role in this situation, and like we do see a world where like Scopper has to fight, but like I don't think Oda like has him beat all of the Holy Knights. Like surely he's like not defeated per se, but like maybe there's a world where Oda takes Scopper out of the equation, puts him to sleep by some gag or something, and then Scopper ends up being what he just said. I'd rather not find out, and we end up fighting Scopper's nightmare, and that nightmare is like insane, you know what I mean? And like that's a difficult nightmare to fight, I feel like. And I was like, I don't even know if Scopper would have something difficult to fight. And then you brought like an existential crisis, like I don't know what Killingham pulls out. Does he just pull out, like reach into Scopper's dream and just get sad like a Perona ghost went through him? Like what happens? Like
no, nothing like that. But yeah,
you know, it'd be a crazy.
I don't know what you bring out. Maybe rocks. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, see, that's where I wanted to go with this, and you were like, oh, maybe he carries the regret of 40 years of
the regret of 40 years.
Yeah, like he has a reoccurring dream where he could have went to med school and then inevitably saved his captain later, but he didn't, and he became what looked at a compass and he's like, I'm gonna do that shit, and his parents were disappointed, and that's why he became a pirate. Like that's the type of shit you hit me with. I wanted like, oh, maybe he's afraid of like Big Mom because Big Mom wouldn't like sleep with him or some shit back when she was Charlotte Linlin. Like, you know, like giant women. Surely he tried to tap that, right?
No.
What?
No, I don't think so.
You Scopper, the Minister of Love at God Valley, was. You don't think he nose bleeding over Charlotte Linlin?
No,
Young Mama?
No.
Young hot mama? No.
I think he was more locked in back in the past.
You know what? No, I don't think.
We don't know anything about Scopper like during God Valley. Like, what if he wasn't a Gooner yet?
Nah, you know, like he tried to. You know what I'm seeing? Like he tried to rizz up Stussy or Bocking, and Whitebeard's get off my lady, and Scopper's like, oh, and gets like knocked away. Oh, that'd be crazy work, bro. But like there was Gloriosa, but also like what if like some of the kids, what if some of Big Mom kids are Scoppers? That'd be crazy. Katakuri is too old, I think, because I think he's 4 years older, or no, he's like 10 years older than
Who's
God
Scopper?
Valley, right? Something. No, Katakuri.
Oh, Katakuri.
Katakuri's like, how old's Katakuri?
I don't know. I never like.
Wait, how old is Katakuri?
I never looked up his age.
I definitely have, but I forget. I think he's like 48 or something.
Yeah,
Like
I feel like his
something.
age always just kind of like. I don't know.
48, perfect.
Yeah, I've never really paid
he's
attention.
48, so 10 years older than God Valley, so it couldn't be Scopper's kid. That would have been legendary if Scopper's kid was Katakuri. Whoo! Damn.
So
That's
first, you
wild
cooked up a
that you
theory
don't
about Whitebeard being Chomper, and then you said Rocks is a fraud and is not powerful, and now you're saying that Katakuri is Scopper's son. You're on a roll today, Par. I just how do you juggle all these theories, brother?
How do you see all these possibilities, Par? You're truly the vision.
Yeah, truly the visionary. Some crazy hockey, going on there.
It's the glasses. It's the glasses.
Yeah,
Can't help
it's the
it.
glasses.
Yeah.
So,
speaking of seeing things,
Speaking of seeing things, Scopper sees, or should I say, hears the God Knights, and this is a point of contention. It looks like the general consensus is that this is just observation.
actually, he doesn't
hockey.
see or hear them. Because the Viz.
Wait, what does Viz say?
Viz says.
See, wait. Paul! Paul, come out here! I feel like every week we just find one really odd sentence from the Viz. That's why I don't read the Viz, brother. Like, the Viz is good sometimes, but the Viz is just... You know, the Viz reminds me of Manga Panda. You remember that? The Viz reminds me of Manga Panda translations back in like 2007.
Oh God, I never used it that much, but I do know what it is. I've seen the translations from there.
Yeah, it's just 100% fan translations, which might be mean. Like Stephen Paul obviously knows Japanese better than like all of us here, but just like some of the like the way he puts sentences together sometimes, like dude, remember 2 chapters ago. remember, Harden, you can't see the woods from the woods. You can't see the tree in the forest.
No,
like, wait, what was it again?
Yeah, no, that was it. It was like you can't see the trees for the forest or whatever. And Stephen Ball was like, "Do you hear what the trees are saying?"
Harden, can you not hear what the trees are saying to you? It's like, wait, Stephen Paul, have you never heard that sentence before?
The leaves.
Stephen Paul says, "Do you not see the grass?" Like I just don't know how Stephen Paul comes up with some of these sentences.
I feel like
it's bewildering at times.
I felt silly when I contradicted you, and I was like, "Wait a second, this is crazy."
Yeah, let me go back. I want to see like
them.
I want to read verbatim what he says because that was just so funny.
The segue that I had was perfect. It's like,
he says,
speaking of seeing things, and you're like, "Oh, he didn't see things; he heard them," and I was like, "Oh, he didn't hear or see them."
So Loki says to Harden, "Take a look at the woods around us." It's like, what? Oh, your camera like scooted over. Okay, it's back. Scooted over again.
Oops.
What happened?
No, it sees because I had the streams up here. Let me take those off.
Yeah,
Those faces that showed up, so locked on the faces there.
Yeah, he just says, "Take a look at the woods around us," which I mean, I guess that kind of works, but they said you can't see the woods from the trees. That's the real phrase.
And then in this chapter, the translation that we read on stream was, "Just as I thought, there's more now. 3 of them. Voices that strange can't be suppressed. I can hear them." And then Viz goes, "There are more of them now. 3. A trio of abnormal voices. They can try to hide, but I still feel them."
So he hears and feels them.
Yeah. Which, like, I get, like, you know, like, feel
hockey,
like
yeah.
The thing is, with hockey and that thing, feeling them makes sense. It's just funny in the context of like the sentence and what we got, and like he's literally saying voices, and it's like, yeah, that's just a good one.
It's just funny knowing like we had this debate and we were going back and forth, and then Stephen Paul goes with both of them. He hears and feels.
Yeah.
A trio of abnormal voices.
Oh God,
it's so good. Stephen Paul's a funny guy, bro. I have a lot of respect for him, but yeah, every now and then he hits us with a funny translation. What if he does this on purpose? What if he like listens into the Parcast and he's just like laughing with us? He's like, actually, that was a good one, huh?
You know what he should start doing?
What?
I think that all the translations teams should actually start doing this. I should probably say this on my stream, so like because I think 2 like editors are there, but I think every translation outlet should put up 2 translations.
Oh,
they should put up an A and B. It's like if there's ever like a chapter where they feel uncertain, they should put up a B and just put up like a variation of like a page or something like that. And that might help like give context, because if a single person like gives you 2 different ways to think about it and they're not sure, giving both ways would help give context to what it could mean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe Stephen Paul needs that.
I'm down.
And it's not
that.
like these go to like, when the volume comes out, then they fix it. So like they'll just choose an A or B. So I feel like that would fix a lot of situations, at least from an understanding standpoint, right? Because right now we got this like weird ass like this. Oh, this is what the Viz said. This is what the TCB said. But maybe if every outlet puts an A and B, then we can find the middle ground, right? And I feel like Sandman does that a little bit, where he's just like, this is what it says. This is how I interpret it. And that's kind of an A and B situation where like, this is the verbatim, but this is like how I understand it, which is like, you know, and this is what TCB and Viz says, and I lean towards this side. So he's literally using the other, like an A, B, C, and telling us where he leans towards. So it's like, I feel like that might be helpful.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know how much more you need to pay Stephen Paul to put an A and B up, but man,
it reminds me of the mother frame.
Yeah, no, literally. Like, and the thing is, we are readers on a tier that don't need like refreshers, but the majority of readers, especially the Viz readers, need those refreshers and they're not as, they don't, I would say even to this day, maybe a lot of the English readers don't know L's and R's, the difference in Japanese. So like they read Mother Frame, gets corrected to Mother Flame. How did that happen? Frame and Flame? How is that? And then like no one's telling that, there's no translation note in the thing that says like L's and R's are interchangeable. Actually, they don't have that. They don't even have the Oda note in the Viz. So it's like, you know, like maybe it would help to have like both.
Yeah, and the Viz, I mean, you know, obviously he goes with his own thing sometimes too, like Mosa, right? He's calling him Shaggy. So it's like when we get to Elbaf in the dub, what are the chances they actually call Mosa Shaggy and not just Mosa?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I think it's pretty low. I mean, you know, obviously Zoro Zolo, and then they got like Saul's attack, right? It should be like Final Exam Puncher, something like that. And then it also translates to Demon Slaying Punch. But then Stephen Paul says Midterm X Slam, which is cool. I think that's a cool pun, but it's like they're not gonna go with that though, right? And it's just a little bit silly knowing that like other translations, like not English, not Japanese, but like French or Arabic. Spanish or Arabic, yeah, they all go with like what the Japanese goes with. Whereas sometimes it feels like Stephen Paul does just kind of make things up and just kind of goes with it.
Midterm X-Slam is sick.
Yeah, Midterm X-Slam. I think Stephen Paul cooked with that, but they're not going to call it that when we get there. They're going to go with like the actual translation.
That's the anime I fell in love with, bro.
Yeah, Midterm X-Slam.
X-Slam!
But it's a punch and not a slam, though.
Yeah, what is All Might's?
He does like states.
Detroit Smash,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oklahoma Undercut or something.
Yeah, Oklahoma Undercut. That's a fresh one, bro.
He has some kind of Oklahoma attack.
No way. He gave you a shout out?
Oh, it's just Oklahoma Smash.
Yeah, it's just like different places. Oklahoma's I think like 10%, right? Or 5%?
It doesn't really say. Fun fact about Oklahoma. In the My Hero wiki, Oklahoma has one of the highest rate of tornadoes per year in the US. When All Might
That's
uses
crazy.
Oklahoma Smash, he spins around similar to a tornado. Oh, that's cool. It's a tornado-based attack. That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah. Shout out to Oklahoma, dude.
Yeah,
My
that's
guy.
crazy.
So Scopper, where do you think he's gonna go? Do you think he's gonna go to the voices, or do you think he's gonna hang out here?
Uh, I think like right now, he's kind of lax, like a little weirdly lax, and like cause he goes like there like he's like literally looking. There are more of them over there, and he like kind of like knows where they are, and it doesn't. There's not like no sense of urgency. Oda hasn't given us that urgency yet, but he just says if Elbaf isn't safe anymore, then it's truly the end of days, and like Colin's a priority, but it doesn't seem like he's making his way to Colin either, which we get an update about, which he kind of should prioritize that. They are separated to a certain extent because like they're at the monsters and Colin's at the fire, so like there's I don't know, they're on the same branch, branch 8 number 2, I guess. I don't know where number 1 or 3 is, but here we are. And so I don't know. Does he stay with the monsters? I feel like if he was like the thing is there was no reason for him to regroup with the giants in the first place. If he wanted to go to the Holy Knights, he surely could have just went after them anyways. Like I don't see why after the castle he wouldn't have like
Gone straight
searched. Yeah. And he also left Luffy to Loki's situation, and the irony is that that's where the Holy Knights were, and the Holy Knights are closer to the school, and he's not there, and he went out of his way to go to the giant pirates, and he's staying there, despite knowing that Colin's not here. Colin left on a ship, didn't address that, and so when he's saying like he senses them, I don't know if he's like going to beeline to them, but to me it would make sense that he does.
I think he will. I think it's a simple thing of like, imagine you go to a grocery store and you're there to just buy horseradish, and then you run to your good friend King of Lightning, and King of Lightning is like, hey Par, do you want to go check out the men's clothing section? And you're like, sure, why not? It's like a little detour, but you're still gonna go get the horseradish.
Me and King actually have 3-4 like this is literally every time we meet up we have a thing, and then we start talking and we just start like arguing with each other in public.
That's how it goes, dude.
And then people are like, King of Lightning, can I take a picture with you? Cole, can I take a picture with you?
And then they're like, hey, Indian
Cole
man, can you take the picture for us?
No, literally, I'd rather it be that way,
Yeah.
I was like, I'll take the picture. Yeah.
I thought about hiring like
but,
an Asian guy as a stunt double if I go to Anime NYC, and they just pretend to be me.
Yeah, it'd be hard. You're too tall. There's not
I'm
many
not tall.
like you out there.
I
mean, like a 6 foot Asian
no.
guy. It's like, are you Jeremy Lin? Is that you?
Okay, the average height of America is like 5'7", right, for guys?
Yeah.
I'm just 5'11".
You're 5 above average. That's crazy.
4.
That's a whole package. That's enough. 4 is enough.
Not really. I mean, sure, I guess.
Yeah, most sane girls would agree 4 is plenty. It's about the motion in the ocean.
So, who would you want Scopper to fight? Killingham, Sommers, or Gunko? Or do you want him to like stay away?
I think like
if you had like a Make-A-Wish, like let's say you had a cash in right now, where would you want Scopper to go?
I think it's weird because I think that like Oda's separating Gunko to by the end of the chapter obviously is Like, it would make sense that Scopper goes to Sommers and Killingham now.
Yeah.
Because it's like, he hears 3 of them. That means that it kind of sounds like he's saying a trio. That sounds like they're in a group. And then by the end of the chapter, Gunko moves. So does he sense that? And then the other thing is, if he's sensing the voices that far away, then maybe the reason why he's not going to Colin is because he knows he's with the Straw Hats. He's fine, whatever. But so to me, it feels like it would make more sense if he goes to the Straw Hats and Gunko, because if he's like tracking them, he literally says how like they can't suppress it. I can feel them. I can hear them. And so if he sees like Gunko separate out and then go towards his kid, which I'm sure he'd be tracking as a dad, then I think he would go that way, which like we didn't talk about it on stream, but that kind of diffuses the Straw Hats part of it. But like maybe he's late. But then I also don't see a world where like, okay, no, I can see a world where Oda does this, but it like Scopper, I don't think the distance is that great. Like, I don't think that Colin and the Straw Hats covered that much of a distance that Scopper couldn't cover it if he really needed to. Like if Gunko made it, especially because Gunko did. Gunko literally went from like out of sight, out of mind to the Straw Hats in a blink. And Colin was there where Scopper is last chapter. Surely Scopper could just
get over here,
jump do what Shanks did to Kid, just like fly over there and show up. And so it is interesting because then like Scopper could just like confront Gunko, and then what would that do? Would that bring Sommers and Killingham? Do they stop him? Because then I don't think Gunko could stop Jinbei, Scopper, Brook, Nami, all of them all at once. That would be insane. So then then I was like, okay, so then maybe Scopper does go to Killingham and Sommers, but then he would allow the Straw Hats to like fend off for his son.
Yeah, maybe it's like one of those things where it's like he trusts the Straw Hats and he's nearby. Like I'm sure if Colin gets in danger, he can just rush over there too.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think it depends on how much of an impact Oda wants to give Scopper. I think if he wants to lower his impact, he sends him out to Killingham and Sommers. If he wants to increase his impact, he sends him to Colin.
But in the hypothetical though, Par, I asked, who do you want him to fight? Like dream matchup out of the 3. Like he has to pick a door. Like and it's not like a 1v2 if he goes to Sommers and Killingham, but like it's a 1v1 somehow, some way. But like who do you want him to fight?
I think because I think it's less likely, I think Sommers Killingham.
Yeah.
But also because I realized that if he goes Gunko's way, does he act like Sanji? Like, can he fight Gunko? Maybe that's another reason why he doesn't go to Gunko, because he can't fight her. We don't know yet, necessarily.
I mean, what if he beats up Gunko and he's like, I'm married?
He's not married.
Or, I already have a partner.
I think Ripley's like one of those girls that's like fine with whatever Scott, like she's that down bad for Scott.
Yeah.
That like yeah. You know, so like I don't even think Scott. You think Scott would self-report? I don't think he would.
I don't know. Do you think Sanji?
Yeah, I think Scopper the type of dude to have multiple families on multiple islands. We talked about this.
Which I guess is a good question. Like, you know, since Scopper never like really settled down and married Ripley like outright officially, do you think Sanji will ever marry like his end of story girl? Well, like whether it's Pudding or whoever you think it is, or do you think Sanji's gonna find a reason because like let's say he does go with Pudding? Do you think he'd come up with some excuse like, oh, I can't marry you because you're third eye?
Nah, I think Sanji's has a fundamental difference to Scopper.
That's
I don't think Scopper had maybe Scopper's mom wasn't in his life or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Do you think as a 3-eyed tribe member, you take double damage from Pink Eye?
Triple
damage, yeah, okay. So we go down a little bit more, and the fire is spreading. The kid's about to walk in. It's kind of funny because, like you said earlier, like Saul kind of backed away from the kids. You can see Saul's actually pretty far from the kids here, but he does manage to beat Fenrir. He beats Fenrir solo. Robin and Chopper seemingly did not help him, so really impressive of Saul. But then again, these monsters aren't exactly all that. What's up?
No, wait, I didn't even give Saul any grief for this. Saul is griefing, bro. He
What
is
do you mean?
grieving 100,000% because he found the solution last chapter. He lassos and pulls the last kid out, and then he goes, "I just need to do this." And then the Fenrir comes, and then it's like, "Oh shit!" But he defeats Fenrir seemingly in one punch, and then is mad far away. Why isn't he lassoing the kids? He's not like he's actively watching them walk into a fire, and he's like a mile away, not trying to he found the solution.
Wait, that's
This
actually a
isn't
really
him.
good question. Yeah, you're right. Like, did Saul give up?
Saul gave,
Like, the minute the firefighter
Saul-
showed up, he said, come, buddy, like, you guys got this, please do it, save him. It's like, Saul, you could save him too. Like, you could save all of them. What are we doing?
Yeah, he literally found the solution. That was like he clapped back at my slander. He, like, when I said he's nowhere to be found, and then he comes back with 2 shields that are stronger than his hockey allegedly. And that didn't work. He problem solved. He did the rope. He did it. And now he's like, nope.
Yeah,
Couldn't figure
leave
it
it to the firefighters, man. And the firefighters can't do anything. They're using the cloud water, but it's not strong enough. The pressure's not strong enough, and we needed Jimbei to come in here to put out the fire. Which, major props to Jimbei. I love that he finally did this. Also, it kind of speaks volumes because, like, 4 chapters ago, Ripley was like, yeah, like, this tree is so old, when a fire gets going, you just can't really stop it. You just got to cut off the branch. But Jimbei just puts it out with ease. Yeah.
If you were a giant
What's up?
and you had giant strength, would you use hoses if the fire's next to like an ocean side?
No.
I would splash. I would create like a tidal wave. I'm a giant.
Well, I was about to say I'd like
like
spit on it, and hopefully my spit dissolves the tree branch in the fire.
That's crazy. I mean, their tears are insanely big. Like,
Well, this
Saul's
fire is
tears
crazy.
should-
I don't think they're gonna be able to splash pool party their way out of the fire.
No, but like, surely they can Hakoku sovereignty a tidal wave, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like.
But
they're
do you
strong
think
enough
we're
to
just a little bit like assuming
Weak?
that they can use Hakoku sovereignty though?
I don't think they even need Hakoku sovereignty. I feel like we see 3 giants here. I feel like they just, I don't know, jump in from like all together and they create a tidal wave, bro. I feel like there's enough. water here to still-
I respect firefighters. I think they're fighting the good fight. They're doing
I
the
didn't
best
say
they
anything
can.
about firefighters. I feel like even in was it Baywatch? Oh, they're not firefighters. They're lifeguards.
So you think?
But I feel like
So your solution to fires is pool parties.
all right. I know
Tell that
like
to
you
people
play
in
a lot of
California, Par.
League, but like I don't know how you do pool parties. That's not how a pool party works for me. I don't know how pool parties work in Oklahoma. But we're not just like splashing.
Do you think these giants can really splash enough
Waves.
water up to put out that fire?
Yes.
That might be your second best theory today.
Yeah. 100%.
Thanks to Rocks being a fraud. This.
I feel like-
I give you the shrift of 2.
I feel like their hoses are puny. They're stronger than the hoses. I don't know. I feel like they can do some damage. Give them like a flail, not a flail, a fan.
It's funny
Just go
because like we see the image of like the fire comparative to the size of the giants, and the fire is like 100 to 1,000 times bigger than they are.
Yeah, that's true. Do you think? How about this? Do you think that sea cloud water is less effective than ocean water?
Yes, I would assume so.
Sea cloud water less effective. Does salt help with fire?
Typically, no.
Hmm.
That's like the one thing I'm kind of questioning, because like salt isn't good with fire. It's not ideal for fire.
Isn't it? Aren't you supposed to put salt? Salt is like one of the other ways that you could put, like an oil fire. You could put salt on it, or you could cover it, right? Like if you don't have a fire extinguisher, you're supposed to put like salt is a way to smother it too. It's better than water, at least.
While ocean waters can be used to fight fires, fresh water is generally preferred. due to the corrosive nature of salt water.
Oh, just because of the damage
Yeah,
to the thing.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The salt in the ocean water can also reduce its ability to cool a fire, making it less effective.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I never knew the reason why. I just knew salt water wasn't ideal. But now we know.
Yeah.
Shout outs.
Google AI.
And then the other ones are just about like salt affecting like whatever you're spraying.
Yeah, that makes sense,
Yeah.
but it's not like they would
Equipment,
necessarily
corrosion,
care.
electrical conductivity.
Oh, yeah, that would be crazy. That's true. I didn't think about that for like our fires.
Yeah, salt water is a good conductor of electricity, which can increase the risk of electrical shock for firefighters in an event of an electrical fire.
Damn, could you imagine that?
That would
This
suck.
is like the hose explodes?
Yeah, it's like going to fight Ace and then you fight Anel. Like he just pops up as a random boss fight.
Yeah. Surprise! Yeah, damn.
Yeah, coming down from the moon.
Damn.
Yeah, so after...
Do you think these giants know hockey?
I would hope so. I mean, they're like older giants, possibly from the fighting generation. So I would like to imagine they have hockey. If the Samurai of Wano like specialize in Ryuo, like these guys got to have something.
What's that thing next to them?
Probably where they're getting the water from.
Like it's a pump?
Yeah, it could be a pump. Maybe it's like sucking in the cloud water and then channeling it through the hoses.
It was like randomly like like reminded me of Capsule Core.
Yeah, just like a random invention.
Yeah, I was like, where did this come from?
Yeah, we don't ask those questions. We don't even ask where they come from because the Zval got knocked down. They just showed up here out of nowhere.
Yeah,
it's like they just respawned here.
Yeah, they respawned here. It's like when you lose the level, like not you fall off the level and it just puts you forward because the game didn't expect you to like
die,
explore the map like that. Yeah, so it just puts you into the next save point instead of the last one.
Yeah, you clip out of bounds and you're just there.
Yeah. That's what happened to them.
So
the Draugr unintentionally pushed them faster.
Yeah, it slapped them in this direction.
Yeah.
So now that the fire is out, the kids are still walking. They still have to stop, of course, Gunko and Killingham and Sommers. Like, it's funny because the fire wasn't even from them. It was just from Loki. Like, this is just like a random event. So now that this has happened, Gunko makes an appearance on the Zval in front of Colin, Brooke, Nami, Usopp, and Jimbei. And, she's like, wow, not all the kids were there. You're a lively child. So it looks like she might be after Colin. But I think that's just the first thing that popped out to her. I'm surprised she didn't say anything about Brooke yet. I think that's the main shocker.
Do you think she's blushing? That's why she's hiding her face?
Maybe. It could be that. She could be like mimicking some dance moves or something. But overall, like, I feel like next chapter we will get how she reacts to Brooke. I think the whole thing is that Oda probably didn't want to show it off right away. Like, oh, here's one chapter, here's the next chapter, it's explained or it's shown. So I think next chapter she'll realize Brooke is here, and then we'll get like the whole thing. But,
whoa! The Viz is
What does the Viz say?
So I suppose the school isn't the only place to find out perky child.
Perky, huh?
That went the opposite direction that I wanted, but
yeah, Rambunctious could have been better right there.
Yeah, naughty boy. That would have been so good. Stephen Paul making Gunko seem like you know how they say like for girl teacher, boy teacher, double standard when it comes to like certain crimes but like if the girl teacher says this type of shit, perky child, it's the double standard's out. That's creepy. You know what I mean? Like that is jail immediately. I mean, it's always jail immediately. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying like when this isn't the stereotype that they put for those female teachers committing the same crime as the male teachers, it's usually like the cougar type of creepy, that kind of way, and they're not going like perky child, I can't wait to fatten you up, like she's like out here like perky's. I think what it is perky's all around like it sends a shiver, like it's a grosser word, you know what I mean? It's like a weird,
I don't know, I've only really heard perky with boobs.
Yeah, but like also you wouldn't like go up to like a girl that you like and like, I love your perky tits. You know what I mean? Like that's a weird ass word. You know what I
Perky
mean? Like, that's
definition,
not a.
just cheerful and lively.
It's
Yeah,
just a
I never
weird,
really. Yeah,
like,
you don't really hear people use it that often.
yeah, and even in compliments from a guy to a girl too, you're not going like, I love how perky your boobs are. That dress makes your boobs look super perky. Like, that's a weird word.
Yeah, no,
And
I
it's
looked
like,
up perky and it says it usually just refers to breasts.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's kind
So
of lost the
her,
original
like,
meaning.
yeah. Well, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I want to know the Japanese version. Like, when did they use this word? Like, cause that's like a hisoka, right? This is like a, like, how many times is Hisoka calling Gon perky? I love how perky Gon is, and the thing is, Gon is like the personification of that word when you kind of think about it. So like, if Hisoka's never used that word in this context, that should say a lot about how creepy Gunko is in this light, right? It's crazy to put her on a scale of 1 to Hisoka and put her beyond that.
I just
and then
realized
also
how Stephen Paul types out Colin and spells it.
Wait, hold on. How does he spell it?
Colon. Yeah,
Colon.
Collun. Huh.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that one.
Colonoscopy. It's probably because I kept on saying colonoscopy. He's like, oh, I can't get this.
Well, yeah, whatever Parr said, it's really sticking with me.
Yeah, I mean, remember when I said the Viz is gonna say mother frame? Remember, I said that.
Oh, I didn't know.
I didn't say it was right.
Elbaf giants follow a theme of being named after professional wrestlers. I didn't know that.
Dory Brogy.
Are they professional wrestlers?
I think Randy Troy was saying that.
Oh.
I think he tweeted something about that.
Huh.
I know that there's a few other, like, the racist ones, Abdullah, and the other one, like, those ones are like Canadian wrestlers.
One Piece.
They're not even like Arab or whatever.
Yeah.
They're Canadians. I know that. Pro wrestlers. I didn't know Dory Brogy.
Oh, it says like might have been named after them. Huh. I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't think Oda ever admitted that, but hold on, what wrestler is named Colin?
There's a guy named Carlos Colin.
Mm-hmm.
Colon.
Colon.
famous? I don't know.
A random dude.
Not really too sure.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, but we do know that Oda's a big like wrestling fan in Japan, at least.
I mean, Oda's a fan of everything, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. He probably like watched a couple of wrestling matches, like, oh, that's cool.
Oda just likes he just probably like looks up lists of things and then just names things, right? Like at that point.
Yeah.
Card games, cards, gambling, like dogs, cats, everything. But yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to know, like, do you think Colin screams for his dad here?
No. A true warrior doesn't call for mommy and daddy.
Yeah, that's true.
They just die by the blade. So 1v5, like, ignoring the Brook fight, right? Because Brook might like spark some weird emotions. Do you think Gunko would win outright? In a pure battle?
In this setting, or do you mean like just
you take Gunko and the 5 Straw Hats, or the 5 people here, put them on an island by themselves, no outside factors, who would win?
By One Piece standards, I think Jinbei should be able to carry.
Yeah, I think Jinbei's the tough one. Like, you know, obviously Nami and Usopp, like, they're quirky, but they're not always effective in a fight if the opponent's just that powerful. Yeah. Colin, I think, is going to be kind of throwaway here. I mean, he'll be fine, but like in the grand scheme of like all the characters, I think he might just be the weakest. And then there's Brook.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Jinbei like cliffs kind of all of them. So it's really just Jinbei versus Gunko. You think Jinbei would win?
Yeah, like, I'm not saying that Zoro would lose, but what I'm saying is that like Jinbei fits a Sanji role here, whereas Jinbei like always frequently and really good at defense, so he can defend them so that they can be useful. That's like the hardest part about these Straw Hats. Is like, can they get an attack out? Well, with Jinbei there, yes. Jinbei could probably buy them enough time, stall out Gunko, defend enough arrows, like do a bunch of stuff with like, you know, his water droplet controls, like maybe those counter arrows, like just a bunch of things. The main question
and
mark
water is here.
Gunko's. Yeah, and Gunko's powers are kind of like nebulous. So depending on that, that's kind of it. Where it's like oh, I talked about it before. Is her power a huge counter to projectiles? And they might be. And if they are, that puts a huge, I think, in my opinion, a huge detriment to the fight. Because then at that point, Jinbei, there's no point in defending Nami and Usopp because they're projectile fighters. So, like, you're defending these glass cannons for what? They can't even hit her anyways because she just redirect them. And then you have Brook. Brook would have to also help a lot. It would have to be Jinbei Brook. Which again, we're kind of like ignoring Brook in this scenario. Like not ignoring Brook, but ignoring the extra part of Gunko that may not even be relevant to it. Considering how she showed up, if it was like fangirling situation, like I feel like we'd already have like a inkling to like how she would react. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, you know, there's no
oohs or ahs.
Yeah. So straight up fight, I still think that at the moment I put on Jinbei.
Yeah, and to anybody who don't know what we're talking about, like with Gunko's arrows, like she's done so much with them. So we kind of talked about a scenario where maybe her arrows can deflect projectiles. Like you shoot something at her, then she points an arrow in a different direction, it just goes that way. Like that's kind of what we're talking about.
All she would need to put is like 3 arrows in front of her. Anything that comes at her, just read. And apparently, all she needs to say is like, "Lightning goes left, water goes right," and then put an arrow that does that.
And maybe she doesn't even need to have like an arrow per se. Maybe she just makes an arrow shield because we saw her make an arrow bird.
Yeah,
so she could make weapons out of her arrows too. I mean, she did that with her boots.
Right. I think I need to I haven't sat down with her powers and like the parameters. Obviously, we don't have enough. But in the Loki fight, she said stuff, right? What did she say? She said those arrows are the confirmed path of the very future, declaration of the unavoidable violence, but it's possible for me to change the course. Loki says, so your foot's gonna accelerate to kick my right cheek, and after I've turned the other way, you'll give me an uppercut with that fist of yours. Thanks for the heads up. Right? So he says thanks for the heads up. And all she kind of did was just put the arrow out. And she didn't say, or at least we didn't see her say anything, but I'm assuming she did something prior, right? Like she fought, like she took out all the animals before. Let me double check if we got like what happens. Oh yeah, with the wolf. Let's see what happens with the wolf. With the wolf, giant crow, don't get ahead of yourself, Gunko. The wolf comes up, gobbling them up. You breathed on me. Then she controls the arrow with her fingers and ties it up. Thing goes up. So there is some kind of like telegraphing happening. Maybe with like more complex telegraphing, she can like speak it into existence. She has enough mastery where she could appoint it. But like what I'm kind of, if like Nami were involved in the fight, if it was like a Nami Usopp fight against Gunko, I'm not saying they would win, but I think the way that they would have to pull out the W is by obscuring what Gunko sees and obscuring like reality, kind of like what she did against Khalifa. When she fought Khalifa, she created the Mirage, and because the Mirage, Khalifa couldn't figure out which one was the real Nami. So like if that's the case, and Gunko doesn't see what's real there, then she can't determine what the fate is, right? So Nami would have to rely on obscuring Gunko's perception of the reality, and then that would be an interesting way. Like they would have to, for example, she would have to mask like a lightning bolt from Zeus. And the way she would make it would mirage it as like a rod, mirage it with their staff, mirage it with a bunch of things. And so Gunko would be like, okay, this thing goes left, but it's not a lightning bolt. It's actually a rod. So then she gets hit with the physical attack. It'd be things like that that I could expect. Like, you know, Usopp would be perfect for that. You know, like, oh, I'm going to hit her with a Tabasco shot. And so she thinks she's going to hit with like a Firebird, whatever. And then he hits her with an Impact Wolf. Right, that would be a thing that like she may not be able to defend herself against. Like if it might be that yes, she's able to defend herself against projectiles only if she knows what the projectile is, and if she doesn't know what the projectile is, then she can't necessarily direct it in a different way. You know, that might be what it is, and so that where like a creativity from Usopp and Nami could come out. And the question mark is, I mean not question mark. I feel like that wouldn't happen here. It would be like Gunko wins here, and Gunko like, and then the Straw Hats have to like run it back. And when they run it back, now they have a plan. And Nami and Usopp step up, like, wait, you guys are gonna take Gunko? Didn't we just lose? And don't worry, I got this. You know, like an Alabasta old One Piece type of like, go on without me. I got this fight that I really shouldn't be able to handle, but you know, shonen, you know, like that kind of thing. I feel like that would come out, which would be nice, which would be great. I'd like that. Usopp finally getting a moment, Nami running it back from Onigashima where they didn't really do much. Well, Usopp, but you know,
yeah,
you get what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, her arrows are interesting. I don't think she needs to know. I mean, I know we're just talking like, you know, possibilities, but I don't think she needs to know what's coming at her to deflect it. And then with the arrow she used to attack Loki, I think I've seen people talk about this before, but like how when she puts the arrow out, she has to follow it. Like she can't like stop her attack. I don't believe in that either. I think when it comes to the arrow she put in front of Loki, it's simply just kind of like speeding her up. Like that's a part of her attack. She doesn't have to use it. Like when we see Gunko hop on that arrow to kick Loki and then do the uppercut, she steps on it, and what the arrow does is it actually shoots her forward. It makes her faster. So like, I think, I mean, overall, I think her arrows can do a lot of like different abilities. I don't think there's just one thing they can do, but I would almost treat it like at least in the Loki fight, right? I think she uses 2 different types of arrows, but in the Loki fight specifically, in the initial attack, what I think she does there is she treats it like a Mario Kart speed boost. Because you even see it like he says, your foot's gonna accelerate, and then you see her step on it. And then you actually see like the like she is like being pushed forward.
Right. I agree with you.
Which is why I think the deflection is a thing.
Okay. I think she, not that she has to use that. I just don't think the arrows are locked in. Like she literally says that like she can change the course.
Yeah, I agree.
The question mark is okay, actually, how about, I agree with what you're saying in terms of the speed boost, like that's true, and I think that like it allows her to determine a fate. The question that I have, and I think people, I not that I don't think that Loki could have future sight, I just don't think that he used future sight here, because he like casually, calmly, and thanked her for the heads up about this. And the part that we're missing, it seems like, how did he know that she would do an uppercut versus a punch versus a kick? You know, there was something that was telegraphed to him beyond just like, you know, when she fought the wolf, she just did this and did that. From this and that, you can't tell what she's going to do with the arrow. And in that moment, it's not like she had to like jump on the arrow and do anything. She controlled the arrow, which is the versatility bucket that we're talking about. But when Loki said that in was 1136 or no 1137, he goes, not again, damn it, not again, which implies that he's already experienced something. And then he said, so, and it sounds like because of what happened prior, he's determined, so your foot's gonna accelerate, kick my right cheek. After I turn the other way, you'll give me an uppercut with that fist. From those arrows, you can't tell that. From those arrows, you can't tell if she's gonna use her foot first or fist next, whatever. But there was something that happened before that he experienced that allowed him to then deduce this outcome. And he thanked her, saying that, acknowledging that she telegraphed it somehow. And that's the part that I want to know, is that what did he see beforehand, and what did Gunko have to do that allowed Loki to say it? Because I don't think that was future sight. I think that there's an obvious thing that Gunko does, probably also out of arrogance. I don't think that
it could also be a little bit
that
both.
like she always has to do that. I don't think that she also always has to do that. I think she's fighting arrogantly because Loki's tied up and she's just like telegraphing it.
Yeah.
But I do think that there is something that's telegraphed, and that's the weakness in her power, but it's not necessarily there. And I agree with you in the sense that like it doesn't have to be like what I was describing the first time of like, oh, lightning goes right, water goes left. That's like a passive defense thing, right? But I don't think it has to work that way either. And that's the weird part about her powers. It's already so versatile without these things. But the biggest thing is what Loki saw before this scenario in 1137, because he says not again, and then tells us what he learned from that previous scenario, and then Gunko confirms it, and then also adds that even if she telegraphs it, she can also change it. She doesn't change it in this scenario, so the question mark is, how does she set it and how does she change it? And it might be that there's like some kind of like audible thing that she says. It could be that, or maybe she has to like slightly enact it. Maybe like right hand is leg, left hand is foot, or something like that. Something weird. You know, Oda has powers where you cross your fingers and that's a barrier. Oda has to you touch your face and that's a clone. Like there are weird things like that in power activation. We just don't know. So it could be that Gunko has something like that. And based off of that, that's the thing that like a Nami character and Usopp character would have to work around. Is essentially, I see the opening there. That
yeah,
you know,
it could also just be like where the arrows come from. Like maybe the arrow for her kick came from her leg, and the arrow for the punch came from her arm.
Yeah, and that's possible. It's just we don't like necessarily see that yet. Like we see like the arrow come from the ground, like from her leg, from the ground, and then she jumps onto it, and then the other arrow's like kind of like at knee level, and then there's an arrow on her arm. But like the arrow that's by Loki's face is already there, so I don't know what the arrow by.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, I think it could be that where there is like a weakness where it's telegraphed, which you know could be true because she does like follow it for acceleration, right? So I think already it's kind of telegraphed in that aspect. But as far as like reading if it's a punch or a kick, I think another answer could just be that it is future sight. Like maybe it's a mixture of both. He sees the arrows, but he also can future sight a little bit of it too.
Yeah, like I can.
I mean, essentially, there's just a lot of possibilities. We don't know for sure.
Yeah,
like there's nothing here saying that it isn't future sight. There's nothing here saying that it isn't telegraphed, and he saw something that we didn't. But I mean, the telegraphing is true to some extent. I mean, same with the future sight, right? So I think this is a very like inconclusive thing. Like it just goes to show like how versatile Gunko is as a whole, and like you know she's still whipping out like new things, right?
Which is scary.
Yeah, she hasn't awakened yet either. Which, I mean, I'm sure she has an awakening at this point. If we didn't already see it with the arrows coming out of the ground.
Yeah. And there's a world where, you know, the arrow at Marijois was her too, right? Like.
Yeah, I think that was Emu, but like, yeah, people are still saying that could be Gunko, which is fair.
Yeah.
Same
could be Gunko. It could be Emu. It could be Emu using the power that Gunko has. Like, we don't know that, like, the separation and boundaries with this these things, but you know, I think and we talked about this before, but like Killingham's power could be an Emu power. Like it feels like a dream manifesting thing. And like, what if all the Holy Knights have powers that Emu can use? And then this would make sense. This is like a fate determining like thing. What? This is crazy, right? So
I mean, I mean, a lot of animes do that too, where like the final villain is just an amalgamation of like everything they've fought before.
Yeah. And that is something I talked about. I talked about it in the scope of Blackbeard, but like Emu, I also bring it up in Emu's point. It's like we don't necessarily know the position Oda puts Blackbeard versus Emu. He can give a lot of what people like you could look at Blackbeard theories and you could look at Emu's theories, and they could both be right. You just flip the names, and they were probably something along those lines. I feel like a lot of people's theories about Blackbeard, I feel like I agree, but for Emu rather than Blackbeard.
Yeah.
But so, yeah.
Overall, good chapter.
Yeah, good chapter. Very
ideally,
wild. I mean, most of the chapter. What is most of the dialogue coming from this chapter?
Goldberg's
Is
dad.
it just the Rocks? Is it really?
No, it's Rocks. Yeah, it's Rocks. Oh yeah. By the way, like,
Yeah.
as far as Gunko versus them, I feel like Jinbei should be able to stall her out. But ideally, I think I would want Gunko to come out of this looking good. I think I still think it's too soon to beat the God Knights. So hopefully Gunko doesn't go down that easily. Like with how much buildup Oda gave them, like with them eating dinner and just showing up here in Elbaf and them being mentioned right after Wano. Like I kind of, and the fact that we haven't met the rest of them yet. I hope Gunko doesn't end up being like a page 1 kind of character, where you meet page 1, the first Tobi Roppo, Sanji beat him, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So hopefully Gunko doesn't get reduced to that, but we'll see.
Yeah. I think same thing for. I mean, Loki. It's not going to happen to Loki, but like that's why this chapter is. I mean, mostly talking about Rocks is like, does certain characters end up being a bridge to other characters? Is Elbaf a bridge to the next? And it could be. I mean, that was a concern when Shamrocks left, right? Like when Shamrocks left, that lowered the
Flash.
How do I say this? Like the PR that the Holy Knights needed to have. Like if like Shamrock's being here and the Holy Knights losing is impossible, right? But Shamrock's now leaving now opens a huge door where it's like, okay, now the Holy Knights can lose and a little handedly, and it wouldn't be that terrible for the Holy Knights as a whole, but it would be terrible if Shamrocks is here, right? So things like that are very interesting choices. It's like if I mean, this would almost make a little bit more sense if on Egghead that happened, right? Where it's like Saturn showed up, but then he didn't stay and he let a Holy Knight take the beating instead of them and all the Gorosei, right? Because then we could preserve the Gorosei's thing and still like imagine how insane the Gorosei would be. Like they would be still left in this nebulous bubble, but it's almost as if Oda threw out the Gorosei first to take out the page 1, like, oh shit, we just brought them, they got whooped. Now we have the Holy Knights, and it's like a reverse thing where the Holy Knights are the real combatants, the real powerhouses of the world government. The question is, where have they been? What have they been doing? Where have they been training? Where they use their powers? How are their powers used? And how are they going to use them on Elbaf? And can our Straw Hats handle it, or do they need magic? Like, do they need to know? Is this when Nami takes on the mantle of the witch that? When she was introduced, that was what Zoro and Arlong, they're like, she's a witch, she's a wizard. And I think Khalifa, like Hardis, like, because now she has the staff, maybe this is the gateway, she starts learning magic. Who knows?
Yeah,
who knows?
Or maybe we'll learn she's a celestial dragon and she has special abilities.
Yeah
Anything.
She turns into a monster. Do you think
what's up?
Killingham surely doesn't have another transformation. Like he has the devil fruit, but like he can't turn into like a separate monster, right? Like a Gyuki.
I think it'd be cool, but I don't think so. I think we'll see like a full zone though.
Do you think Gunko is can turn into like a
Well, I don't know,
werewolf?
maybe. I think it'd be nice if they had like something to make them extra special, not just like a devil fruit, but a transformation with the devil fruit. That'd be kind of hard.
Yeah.
Pretty tough.
Yeah. This chapter was interesting.
Yeah,
for sure.
I like it. But yes,
what do you think we're getting next?
I think we're just gonna continue this fight. I think Oda will start off with Gunko, if I had to guess.
Ooh.
I don't think we're gonna leave Elbaf anytime soon. Too much is happening right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we will. I don't even know if we're gonna get any Loki stuff, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be the God Knights versus the group here. Not just like Gunko, but like Sommers and Killingham too. I think we'll get something from them.
I think maybe there's a good stalling opportunity with the Loki thing, but Oda didn't show Ripley, Frankie, Lilith.
Yeah.
And that's a huge stall. thing. Considering how easily Saul dispatched Fenrir, that monster that's chasing Ripley done, and then like Oda can dip into the lore. Like essentially, Oda put that thing as a way for him to stall out a little bit, build some suspense. So I feel like maybe this is he could do that. You know, we're like, what happened to Colin? What? Oh my God, what is he stolen? Did Gunko wipe them? Maybe we just like see the aftermath. Like Oda could do that and then like not show us the Gunko stuff right now.
Save it for the anime.
Well, yeah, I guess like that, but like meaning like Oda's kind of hiding it for a later fight. And like we get more of like, oh, they have strange powers. They're really powerful. They're really strong. Like what do they look like? What does she look like? We got to look out for a little girl with panties running around. Yo, like that kind of thing. And then maybe we get some more Loki, like Luffy Loki conversation again. We just because the main thing with those two groups is they greatly impact the rest. The moment they are involved, I think everything diffuses, right? Like I feel like if Lilith were with Saul, she would be able to figure out the shit easier. But besides that, I don't even want to go to that group. Like the Straw Hats, like that group solves Elbaf right now. I feel like the moment they are reattached to the main plot, they like I'm not worried about the Holy Knights anymore. All this conversation is like, oh, do the Straw Hats this?
Yeah.
Do the Straw? No, it doesn't matter anymore once Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji are back. There's no I'm sorry. There's no world where I see the three Holy Knights like plus everyone else. It's really, and I don't see like Luffy and them having an extended fight where they're isolated against them. You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't make sense. And I don't like necessarily, especially now that we see the monsters, I don't see the monsters being so overbearing that like Luffy, Zoro, Sanji like on a time crunch, like oh my, like the bird cage, or like we only have 5 minutes or Elbaf is gonna blow up because everyone's asleep. Like I don't see that either, right? Like I don't see Sommers doing Rose Thorn Cage, like a Doflamingo knockoff, and just like you guys have 1 minute of love.
I think
like,
the tough part is that I can't
Elbaf.
see the God Knights losing either. So I think somehow we walk away from the scenario positive on both ends.
Right. Which in to achieve that, it's separating Luffy and the gang for as long as possible. Which is possible. And that's why I feel like maybe Oda goes back to that conversation, because that's a good stall, good way to add time up. Also redirect them, because Loki is injured. I don't know how easily they can move him. They don't have a ship. How do they get to the elevator? They can't lift Ragnar at the moment yet. And Loki has an agenda, and they don't know his agenda, and he has to in order for apparently Harden to like agree, he has to like understand the trees. So like, you know, there's a world where we
Or I mean, if Luffy
chapter.
does go back, like Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, there is a chance that we just summon more God Knights, because that's always a possibility.
Yeah, that's
Like not Shamrock, but we could just summon more. I mean, it was so matter of fact. Like she summoned them, they weren't ready to be teleported, but they got brought over here. Like that's why I think I can't see them losing, because they could just pull out from their bag of tricks. The Gorosei, like they summoned each other, and that was like their trump card, right? They're like, oh, do the summoning, and then they all showed up. So I'm assuming if Gunko was gonna lose this mission, if this is something that like
PTSD.
they wanted, then yeah, just bring them over.
I have PTSD from Egghead. That whole assemble,
Yeah.
and then like, yeah, they won, but they lost. Like they won the battle, but they lost the.
Yeah, like whoever wants to defend the Gorosei, that's fine, right? Like everybody has different lines in the sand they want to draw, and they're like, oh, this is fine, this is bad, this is fine, this is bad, right? I think base level, you can't say that the Gorosei looked amazing, like across the board. They weren't like 10s out of 10s, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they regenerated. Yeah, they were pretty strong. But, like, was this the overwhelming force after Kaido? I don't think so. At least not from what we've seen so far. Like, maybe they will be later, but they didn't show it yet.
And I get it. Like, Luffy is at a stage where it's like, we shouldn't be there. But, like, the fact is, each admiral showed up in their introduction and put so much fear. Like the fear was if like Luffy literally sacrificed himself twice, go on without me, because Usopp, Nami, they would have died. They would have literally died. Like Robin almost died to Kuzan. And that's not an exaggeration. And like, not that fear wasn't there, but it wasn't there. Like it kind of wasn't
there.
I
mean, for like Saturn, I think it was there initially, but the minute Luffy joined in, that is when like, okay, Saturn is being a little broed. Yeah, Saturn is regenerating. He's not taking damage, but he doesn't once hit Luffy. Yeah. Like I could be misremembering it, but Saturn doesn't land a single blow on him the entire fight.
Nope.
The entire fight. So. Kizaru landed a blow on Luffy. Kizaru landed a couple. Kaido landed a lot. Saturn landed 0.
Yeah.
I think that's like Luffy's the main difference.
Luffy's also a character that like accepts getting hit too.
And the thing is that like, Saturn is, out of all of the characters listed, he should be the one most familiar with it because he knows he's Nika. So Saturn literally walked into this fight with the most info, and he performed the worst out of Kizaru and Kaido.
And like, let's take Luffy out of the equation. We have an example. The weak Straw Hats were there, and there's like that is almost the exact scenario that Gunko is in right now. And you'd have to put this chapter out on April Fool's Day for me to believe that Gunko performs worse than Saturn, and that's terrible for the Gore's sake.
Saturn was fighting the Straw Hats for a little bit, and then the situation got diffused because he had to leave. He was like, okay, I have no time for this. I'm going. For Gunko, like there's a good chance he just like slaps a couple of them at least, which is better than what Saturn did.
Yeah, and the reality is that like Saturn running, he should be able to stampede, trample, kill them, all of them. like the fact that there was any resistance was like ridiculous. Like the fact that he stabbed Chopper without the poison, which was a preset. Like no, like that would be like Gunko not using her arrows here. like you know what I mean? Like that's the only thing that we know from her powers, and she instantly, silently, almost killed a giant.
Yeah.
Imagine the Straw Hats beat her or like survive her and she doesn't use her arrows. That would be kind of like what happened with Saturn. And that's like, again, going back to the whole thing, like I agree with you. You're right. They could bring more Holy Knights. I have PTSD, and them bringing more Holy Knights would be upping the ante, and I don't want them to. And I'd rather the Holy Knights like take a visual W and maybe lose out on like an objective W, and like an objective like mission wise. Like maybe they don't get all the kids, they get some of the kids, right? Like on Egghead, they wanted the Mother Flame, which I guess they got, and they wanted the Punk records, which they didn't get. They almost did, and they wanted a Vegapunk, which they did get, but they also wanted to kill the rest of the Vegapunks, but they didn't. And so like here, maybe we mix bag their W's for the sake of their reputation, and then, you know, we come back later to them. And I think I would like that more than bringing all of the Holy Knights here. And like, what do I see that we bring what, 6 more minus Shamrocks? Would that be the number?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh no, something like that. And then what? Like Luffy shows up with Zoro, Sanji, and Loki. Loki, yeah, he can't really fight. But then there's the giant pirates. There's Scopper. And then the Holy Knights, that's still not an easy fight in reality, right? That's like, even if we were to put like the Shanks and his commanders in that scenario. Yasop, Lucky Roo, Ben Beckman, Shanks, who am I missing? Yasop?
Yeah, Yasop.
We bring them there. Okay, so there was 3 Holy Knights. We add 2. We'll even throw in Shanks to cover up the numbers. That's not a fight that's easy.
Yeah,
what? That's an insane fight. Shanks and his crew would look pretty bad against that, I feel like. Scopper, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Gear 5, Loki in whatever capacity, and the giant pirates. That's not an easy fight. And then the rest of the Strahds, right? Ripley, the Saul and the school giants, right? Like, what? right? It's not an easy fight. It's almost insane to think about. So yeah, I don't know what Oda does, but hey, he's playing this. I've been enjoying chapter to chapter. I've been enjoying being a passenger princess here. It's been great.
Oh yeah, like I'm excited for the next couple of chapters. It's just one of those things. Like you never know what's gonna happen at this point. We're so late in the game that if Oda wanted to, he could have us just flat out lose and just say, yeah, like now we have to go to Marie Joie. Now Luffy and the gang are gonna have to get stronger, and I think that's never a bad thing either. I think losing is always good.
Yeah, I agree. It's more interesting.
Yeah.
And I think like this is a new saga or last saga, so like let's mix it up.
Yeah. What are you gonna say?
And like Garp lost, so like Kid, Law, whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone was saying, when does Luffy lose? And like I wouldn't consider Egghead that much of a loss for him. But last thing, at least for me, is I don't think we've ever asked this. How many chapters ahead do you think Oda tells his editors? Because like they know the end of the story, like they know that stuff, but like like,
I think it changes.
Do you think that? Yeah, like do you think that they know the rest of Elbaf, or do you think that they only know like 6 chapters ahead?
I think they know as much as Oda knows, but going back to like all of Oda's log interviews and how he views the story and like the last minute changes, like you could say they know all of Elbaf until they don't. Or like they know all of Elbaf until Oda comes in the office and says, "Hey guys, actually I'm going to change this."
Yeah.
So I think they know literally as much as Oda knows right now. Like,
and we do know that
the
editors can affect the story.
Yeah, if they have an opinion, they could. I mean, I would hope so, right? Like, people like to imagine it's Oda respects their decision. It's like if you were painting a rose and you painted it blue, and I was like, "Par, that's dumb. Like purple is better." And you'd be like, you don't have to listen to me, but you'd probably look at it, you're like, maybe that is a little bit dumb. Let me change it. Like it's like that. Just like, I mean, there's friends here.
Yeah, and Oda did hire them, and he did showcase them at the last event, right?
Yeah,
they were up there and they announced the big things. Oda,
he has a lot of faith in his editors. A lot of, I mean, not all of them, but some of them have been with them like for the past 2 decades even. Like, so they're like, as much as people want to believe that Oda has like, he's like 100% the story, like, yeah, that's true, but the editors also affect a good amount.
Yeah.
It's like how I guess another comparison would be like, imagine you're gonna get a tattoo and your mom comes in and your mom's like, "Hey, Ashley, why don't you get this?" Like you might not listen to her, but you take it into consideration. Yeah, that's how it is with his editors. Like, just So as far as like how much they know, just as much as Oda does until something changes.
Yeah, until Oda doesn't know and he changes it.
Yeah, and sometimes editors will also like do panels that Oda doesn't know of, or like sometimes the editors will come in and say, "Hey, Oda, this panel is scuffed," or vice versa. I remember the most notable one was Fishman Island. I think that was like a prime example they showcased, where a couple of editors had like the paneling done for when Zoro was fighting Hody Jones, and like the layout of the conversation dialogue. And I guess Oda thought it was a little bit too clunky, and he like switched it up a little bit. And then there's another instance where it's like vice versa, and it's like, it's like small things like that.
Send me that if you remember where that is. That's interesting.
I do not. I
not
saw
that I
like
don't
a
believe
year
it.
ago.
It's just that. Yeah.
I was gonna make a short out of it, but I got lazy.
Yeah,
it happens.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah.
But with that being said, though, thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate it as per usual. Thanks for catching us on a nice little Sunday Monday. There is a break this week, so it'll take a while for us to be back, but we'll come back with the newest chapter as per usual. Make sure to check out Par. He's down below as per usual too. And I think that's it.
Don't type Rocks as a fraud in the YouTube search. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't look up Par's #1 theory.
But you could look up Mihawk as a sword and then learn about Nash and how we've been expecting him for like over 3 years now.
When I type in Mihawk as a sword, your video doesn't pop up. It's just Grand Line Review.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's Grand Line Review video.
My video. Yeah, but he links my video.
Yeah, look, I type it in. It's a Grand Line Review. This Mihawk theory makes too much sense. Oh, where's your video? I don't even see your video.
Wait, no, really?
Yeah. I see
Wait, what?
his video, and then I see 3 short theories about it from different people.
What?
Yeah, Pirate Vibes anime. Shocking theory, Mihawk doesn't exist. The truth behind the mysterious swordsman. The other one is Oda hinted Mihawk's biggest fear. And then Mihawk and his sword theory.
Mihawk is a sword. I got an ad. I got One Piece Zoro versus Mihawk fight Netflix. This isn't on my my YouTube account. Wait, Mihawk is a... Wait, I don't even see the Grand Line review. Mihawk is a sword...
I type in Mihawk is a sword theory.
Okay, let me do that.
But yeah, your video's nowhere there. Did you tag it right?
Yeah. Wait, that's kind of crazy. Huh.
Yeah.
Let me check the tags real quick.
Yeah, fix that up. That's so funny. I got another Grandland review one. I was not prepared for this Mihawk theory.
Dang. What is that? Wait, is that one not about mine?
No,
What
that's a
Mihawk
different
theory is he
one.
talking about? Damn.
Yeah. I know what based on the thumbnail, I know what theory that is. I like that theory too. It's not bad.
Wait, what's that theory?
That theory is I don't believe it, but I like the thought train of Mihawk being Rayleigh's son.
Oh.
Yeah. You've probably heard of that before. I think we talked about it before too.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Check the tags on this.
That's so funny, dude. Mihawk is a sword. Your iconic theory. It's been taken over.
It's literally tagged.
It's taken over by
Mihawk
Grand Line and Shorts channels who have the same theory. You're cooked, Par.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, washed up. Yeah, it's tagged. It's there. That's crazy.
That One Piece talk. The creation of
They have
black
it there.
blades. No, it's a different theory.
Wait, but it's because you're using your Psy account, right?
No, I'm using a different account. Here, let me use my Psy account. Let me see. Yeah, no, same thing. Yours doesn't pop up.
Yeah. Huh.
You have like 5 YouTube channels.
Someone
like,
was saying
bouncing
this to me though. Someone was saying. I mean, I'm assuming it's because I've been inactive too.
Yeah.
But one of my viewers commented on my old videos and said, "Par, I search up your videos like I used to, like to find a theory, and your videos aren't showing up in the thing. I think you've been shadow banned," which was something that happened like when I was more active, anyways. Like something was weird with my account, but I'm assuming it's because I haven't posted a video. Like I think my my streams come up when I type in my name, like how I used to, Par 1145, like that'll come up. But that's a stream, so it's a different. Yeah, it shows up. Damn, why does YouTube have so many ads?
YouTube ads are only getting worse. I don't know if you saw the update,
shit.
but in May they're gonna start automatic AI ads. They're already rolling them out right now, but they're gonna put out more AI ads come May. So anybody who's complaining about ads, just know it's automated AI.
The original Mihawk is a sword theory, renamed right now.
Oh my god, that's funny.
That's me. Yeah.
But with that
Just
being
named
said, guys, make sure to go click on Par's video. Boost his ego a little bit. He needs it. After the fall of his Rocks being a fraud theory.
Wrong.
He needs the boost, brother.
Wait, why does that video show up? That's crazy.
Peace out, y'all.